You ready? So welcome everybody tonight to the Graham City Council meeting, May 10th, 2022. Had asked for Pastor Gwen Benjamin to be here. Is she here tonight? Let's stand for our Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Gwen Benjamin, she's not in here. I don't see her in here. We'll ask Councilman Chin to say our prayer.
Would you bow your heads, please? Heavenly Father, we thank you for this opportunity to do the work of the city council representing the citizens of Graham. Grant us wisdom and discernment in our deliberations. Let our ears be open and our minds be alert, that all that we do to the honor and glory of your name. It's in your son's name we pray. Amen.
Amen. We'll now move on to the consent agenda. To approve the following city council meeting minutes, March 14th, 21st, 28th, and April 4th, 2022, the lunch and learn special meetings addressing the budget, April 12th, 2022, regular city council meeting continued to April 21st, 2022, April 25th, 2022, special meeting water sewer fund budget public hearing. B, to direct the clerk to investigate sufficiency and set a date of public hearing to consider extending the corporate limits of the city of Graham for a 3.87 acre tract located on Jimmy Kerr Road. C, to approve a resolution supporting a 20% local grant match for funds from the NCDOT Multimodal Grant Program to update the city's 2006 pedestrian transportation plan. Very excited about that. To approve an audit contract in the amount of $21,950 to Stout, Stewart, McGowan, and King LLP, our city accountants, to conduct an audit. To approve no parking anytime signs to be placed on both sides of Senator Ralph Scott Parkway. To approve a request from Brian Baker, Director, Alamance Parks, to close the north and south side of West Elm Street from Maple Street to the first turnaround in the island past the Criminal Courts Building from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. on Monday, May the 30th for their annual Memorial Day ceremony. So is there anything from any council member, any item that you would like to have removed from the consent agenda? Do I hear a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, motion carries. Very excited about the pedestrian transportation grant. Do you know when that will go in?
I believe it closes in 5 days, and so we will hopefully hear back sometime early this summer.
Do you have an idea of our chances of getting that grant?
I believe our chances are quite good, especially based on the age of the plan that we're trying to update.
Okay, awesome. Excellent. And is Burke Robertson here? Burke, in regards to the signage that's going out on Senator Ralph Scott Parkway, did you also get the signage that was going to address the concerns that Cherry Lane and we had for Oldfields?
The signs at the entrance of Old Fields, we have, I believe they may already be up. The wayfinding signs to point the way to the interstate on the Senator Ralph Scott is not something we keep in stock and order them, and we're just waiting on them.
Okay. Do you have an idea of when you'll be installing those signs?
Whenever they arrive, everything now is what used to take days, now takes weeks. So
Well, if you could just report back to us on the council and let us know if that has improved that problem with having transfer trucks go down into Old Fields, I would greatly appreciate it.
we'll do, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Public hearing rezoning of 2005 West Hardin Street, RZ 2205. A public hearing has been scheduled to consider an application by Nathan Glines to rezone 0.21 acres of property from I-1 light industrial to B2 general business for the purpose of constructing outdoor amenity areas. The planning board recommended approval. Justin Snyder, our planning director, if you could talk a little bit about this.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So this is a request to rezone 205 West Hardin Street. It's currently zoned I-1, which is light industrial. The request is zoned to B2, which is a general business district. And the purpose of that is to be able to construct outdoor amenity areas in the rear of this building, which currently are not allowed given the I-1's buffer requirements and setback requirements against the B2 district. So as you can see on this block, this is the only piece of property that is zoned I-1 on the block. The rest of it is zoned B2.
We can't see anything.
Oh, shoot. Yeah, we're having some display issues here tonight. There's something going on with the HDMI input. Well, take my word for it that.
And I don't know, and I don't have internet either. I don't know what's going
Yeah,
on, but
something
I
weird.
can't look at it here or up there now.
All right, I'm gonna
I
try. to
know,
set
I
the
know
system-
there was a wreck down here. Is the internet?
Internet check.
I just got a scrolling.
No, I apologize for this technological issue here to the audience.
You don't mind.
All right, let's try to bust through this. So as you can see, this is the only I-1 zone piece of property on this block. The rest of it is zone B2. And as I mentioned, there's additional buffer and setback requirements between the I-1 and the B2 that does not currently allow the tenant of this building to be able to expand the amenities area and use this property to its fullest value. So staff is recommending approval of the request.
And my understanding is that the applicant is here tonight. And so this is a public hearing. Is there anyone here that would like to come and speak on this proposed rezoning? Okay, sure, come on up. You'll state your name and your address for the clerk.
Where I live or the property?
Either.
Okay, my name is Nathan Glines and I'm the owner of 205 West Hardin Street with my wife. It's a wedding and event venue. It's been wonderful to host not just weddings, but tons of other events locally as well. And I just want to have a beautiful back patio. Now that the pandemic is over, I've been able to, be able to have some revenue to reinvest in the property. And I just really want to achieve the maximum use of the backyard and have a covered area. So if it rains, people can stay dry. That's it.
Anyone else that would like to speak on this specific issue? I did have a question for you. You had said that earlier about, so the, you want to be able to put some sort of covering in the back, is that right?
Well, a covered area. So I'm actually, it's kind of look like a little bit of a,
Greenhouse?
yeah.
Yeah, because you said, you had
Yeah.
said earlier, I thought it was a
Yeah,
greenhouse.
so it'll be like a little greenhouse in the back, it'll also look pretty. And then also that way, if there is an event outdoors, it could also be somewhat noise contained, also in there as well, and just look nice and add some unique appeal because there aren't very many event centers that have that style of venue.
You have a wonderful place over there.
Thank you.
Absolutely beautiful. Thank you so
Yeah.
much for being here in Graham. We really appreciate you being a part of our business community.
Thank you.
So we need is there any comments from the council members? You have anything, Mr. Chen?
Nope.
Joey? Okay, do I hear a motion from the floor in regards to the approval or denial of the rezoning with a statement of consistency?
Madam Mayor, I make a motion.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Madam Mayor, I make a motion, we close the public hearing.
Did I hear a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Do I hear a motion to approve or deny the rezoning with a statement of consistency?
I make a motion to approve the request, approval of the rezoning. We'll further, sorry, I moved it. The policies of the 2.2.1 focused development and the 2.3.2 innovative spaces in Graham for the comprehensive plan, the 2035 comprehensive plan.
I second the motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. Voluntary contiguous annexation, number 2 on our agenda tonight, 2.00 acres, 165 Andrews Avenue, AN 2201. A public hearing has been scheduled to consider a voluntary contiguous annexation containing 2.00 acres located at 165 Andrews Avenue. Justin Snyder, our planning director.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So we have a petition on behalf of a couple of landowners who own the tract at 165 Andrews Avenue, and the petition is to be included in the extension of the corporate limits so that they may tie into the city's public sewer infrastructure. And annexation is a requirement under the water and sewer connection policy. And staff is recommending approval of this request. As you can see, it's contiguous with Andrews Avenue being the divider between the, I believe it's Stillhouse Farms development perhaps, and this development here.
You said it's the one that's shaded in.
It's the one
purple.
highlighted in black. Yes, ma'am.
And you said it's contiguous where?
It's contiguous to the property to the north. A road is not classified as a divider for purposes of considering whether it's contiguous or non-contiguous.
What is that zoned at the top?
That is zoned conditional residential. That's the Stillhouse Farms development.
Giant development.
And the sewer is being pulled from that development across Andrews Avenue to this property.
And is that residential there?
Yes, ma'am.
And how many? Okay. Okay, this is a public hearing. Is there anyone here that would like to speak on the proposed annexation? Is the property owner for 165 Andrews Avenue here? Would you like to speak?
I mean, the reason, I can tell you the reason that we want to hook to the ski store. We're having trouble with our septic. And this is the only option that we have at this time. Is to tie into the sewer that's going in Stillhouse Farms.
Okay. Thank you very much. Anyone else that'd like to speak from the public in regards to this issue for annexation? Okay, I make a motion that we close the public hearing. Do I hear a second?
I second your motion, man.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. Okay, we need, Bonnie, do you have any questions?
No, ma'am.
Bobby,
No, ma'am.
Joey?
Are the other neighboring homes, are they already in the city limits or have they been? annexed?
So they are not. The goal at some point will be to get all of these properties annexed.
So there'll be kind of an island on their own out there.
That's correct. There's one more property like that on Cheeks Lane, just to the southwest. And as you cannot see,
We lost the,
the same thing happened.
It was the one on Cheeks that was circled in green, right?
The one that's surrounded green. Yes, sir. And I apologize again for the technological difficulty.
That's all I got. Thank you, Justin.
any questions, Ricky? Do I hear a motion in order to approve or deny the annexation ordinance to extend the limits of the city of Graham to assist this property owner at 165 Andrews Avenue?
Madam Mayor, I'll make a motion to annex the property at 165 Andrews Avenue. And it is in agreement with the comprehensive plan under statute. Hold on, please.
160A-31.
Madam Mayor, second Bobby's motion.
Thank you.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. The next item that's on the agenda is the text amendment development ordinance special use permits used listed. I'd like to recognize Justin Snyder. It's a public hearing that's been scheduled to consider an amendment to the permitted use tables that are improperly classified based on type and intensity of use per the planner, based on the Graham 2035 comprehensive plan and best practices. Staff recommends indefinite tabling of the text amendment for later consideration as part of an overall development ordinance review. Mr. Snyder?
You took the words out of my mouth, Madam Mayor.
So,
Madam Mayor, I make a motion that we indefinitely table this item.
well, I did want to address the issue because it is a public hearing. And so we have to open the public hearing and close the public hearing. But my understanding was that this was a recommendation from the planning office,
Yes,
not
ma'am.
not from any individual.
Nope.
Um,
Solely from the planning department.
So the blame lies with you.
Solely on my shoulders. Yes, ma'am.
And my understanding, there was a lot of, this has come up in previous city council meetings, and I had concerns about this. In fact, when it came up, I sent it back to the planning commission for them to review. Again, it came back again. And with an approval that I disagree with, there's 127 changes in, I counted them.
Yes, ma'am. So it's very comprehensive. There are a lot of changes. We think that it would be best to solicit the business community in some of these changes as part of an eventual unified development ordinance rewrite. A lot of these came about based on recommendations of the past planner when we were trying to do the special use permit process change. And we dug in a little further and kind of went down the rabbit hole. And so I apologize if any confusion has come from this particular text amendment. But we do feel that while some of the changes are good changes, now is not the time to consider them.
So just to kind of, so one of the things that we did, because we were, I think, some of the council members were concerned about the number of text amendments that we were getting every single month, and our agendas were, and our meetings were going 3 and 4 hours. Changed the process for submitting text amendments. And, I talked to staff about this, I talked to the city manager about this, but just to give some perspective, in 2021, there was 1 text amendment that was approved. In 2022, in 2020, there was 2 text amendments approved. In 2019, there were 3. And since we've been elected, We have had 127 in that one text amendment to consider. In December, there were 2. In January, there were 6. In February, there were 5. In March, there were 3. In April, there were 6. And in May, there's 7.
And-
So,
And to be fair, some of these were bounced back to the planning board a couple of times. And so you're seeing the same ones. These are back from November and December. However, I sympathize with the council's position completely. And ultimately, it was staff's goal to identify how many shortcomings our current ordinance has. And we could have brought 200 more and still that ordinance would be completely contradictory and out of date. So I completely agree with the city council. I think your new process is a good one. And I think that, as I mentioned, tabling indefinitely of some of these that are not pressing at this time, but probably do need to be looked at comprehensively at some point, is the best action for this council.
so it's your recommendation that it be tabled indefinitely?
Indefinitely, yes,
And,
ma'am.
okay. All right. And I'm going to open the public hearing for anyone that would like to speak on this text amendment. If you want to come forward, state your name and your address. I know that these little cards were sent out to several of the property owners. We tried to email any property owners that might have came tonight and concerned about this. We had sent out an email that basically says, it's come to our attention that anonymous postcards were mailed to downtown business property owners asking them to come to a city council meeting tonight. Please be advised there are no proposed text amendments that would eliminate multiple businesses from occupying the same building. Feel free to follow up with Justin, but that was never the intent or his desire to do that. It was, I think, more of dealing with it's in one place and it's also addressed in another part of our ordinance.
That's correct.
And him taking it out of one section did not eliminate that use of right. Am I
Absolutely correct.
explaining this correctly? But that it just removed the duplicate. And so basically saying that you had a right by use to be able to have multiple businesses within the same building, and that you didn't necessarily have to go through the special use process. That's what he was proposing. But because there was 127 changes in there, I don't doubt that someone might not have necessarily understood what was being proposed. So in fact, the city planner was already requesting that the text amendment on the agenda for tonight, with the exception of, there's only 3 amendments that he's actually asking us to still move forward with. All the rest of them, he's asking to have tabled. The 3 that are still on the agenda that he would like for the council to consider are 2 dealing with signage and 1 dealing with the waiting time for rezoning. And so staff was just concerned, and we were concerned that we didn't want to have business owners have to sit here, wait for an hour until those things came up and then realize that they didn't need to be here. So we'll open the floor for public comment if anybody has anything. If not, do I hear a motion? Yes.
Could I just get though, on this particular provision and the little pink card that you referenced, is this the item to which even mistakenly the pink card refers?
I
believe it is.
I will tell you that when I got this, I called staff. They didn't know initially what I was talking about. I called the chairman of the planning commission, Dean Ward. He did not know what we were referring to. So whoever interpreted what the text amendment is tonight, it would be staff's contention that they're not interpreting it correctly. There was never anything that he was proposing that would eliminate people from being able to have multiple businesses in a building.
Is
So,
that- Can I just get a verification? That's correct.
Yeah, so basically, if you have a use by right on the permitted uses table, no matter what, if you're in the right zoning district, you can have any of those uses in any building that, as long as it's got the right zoning.
And multiple ones.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
so it was news to us that somebody was saying that it was on the agenda. But I had already seen the agenda that the only text amendments that I knew of that we were going to be considering tonight dealt with signage and rezoning. Anyone else? Yes.
Madam Mayor, Council, I'm Lee Kimry. I live at 104 West Elm Street. So you mentioned, Planning Director Justin mentioned the use by right. And I think that's what we're talking about, because in these proposed ordinance, if I'm correct, it proposes to eliminate a unit UBD as a use by right in B1 and O&I. UBD being defined as a building containing multiple businesses on the same parcel of land. Is that correct?
Yes, what we're saying is the UBD is unnecessary because if you have a permitted use by right, then it's already permitted. You don't need to put it into a UBD. You can
Okay.
just have the use permitted by right.
And so where is it in the development ordinance that it defines that you can have multiple businesses within one commercial building in O&I and B1?
So honestly, whether it's defined or not, my interpretation is that
and that was
the
the s-
permitted uses table is what
and
governs,
Quite
not.
understandably, you can understand that when that interpretation is very vague, what it could lead the business owners in the community to believe is that you are going to ban in the future. And when you grandfather someone in, that's not very comforting when you consider that any changes in the future would not be allowed if the use by right to have multiple businesses within the same building is taken from the community.
Yeah, and I don't think that the idea is to, I guess, to simplify it, just
Sure.
if your business is permitted on the permitted uses table in the zoning district that you're in, you've got nothing to worry about.
So in O&I, even if in the future this is discussed again,
As long as it is permitted in that table as a use in the OI.
and so for the record, in O&I and B1, you can have multiple uses within the same building.
As long as all those uses are permitted in that zoning district.
Thank you for
yes.
that clarity. That's all I have. Thank you.
Do you know who wrote this? Who sent this out?
Not aware. I didn't even receive one.
Okay. Well, the reason why I wanted to know who is so that we could address it with whoever did this, because I want to make sure that there's a clarity. But
And Madam Mayor, I want to say that when I was made aware of this weeks ago, after the planning board meeting, and I was reached out to and contacted about this, that I reached out to the city to get a clear definition. And it was very vague as to what that really meant regarding taking the use by right, taking the right away from the building or the business community to have the multiple uses within the same building. I never got a clear idea or description of what that meant, other than that it is a possibility and you would be a non-conforming use.
one of the things I just would like is, just to feel free to reach out if there's a question or concern about something like that.
Madam Mayor, I did
No, I mean.
multiple
to-
times to staff
I
different staff
appreciate
members.
that.
and got responses back by email and documented.
And, okay, so he thought you were clear on it?
I was clear on the fact that the last response I got back was, yes, you will be a non-conforming use.
If your uses are not permitted in the table, if some of them are and some of them aren't, that certainly would make you a non-conforming use. But if they're permitted by right in that zoning district, then you've got nothing to worry about.
So as long as you've got all your businesses within the building and they're all permitted for that zone.
Yes, sir.
You're saying that's fine.
100%.
Sure.
Is there any that wouldn't be? I mean, this is my thing, Lee. And Justin knows I am on your side in a way with this, in the sense that I feel that no one can really wrap their mind around 127 text amendment changes at the same time.
Agree, but if you know where to look, you can find what you're at.
No, I understand my point is that I think that they overwhelm the planning commission, they overwhelm the council. And I mean, I think when you make changes, dramatic changes that are being proposed, when this was brought up, I mean, it's been brought up three
Three
times,
times, yes,
three
ma'am.
times. It hadn't got past this council yet. So just have a little faith
And
that we're not going to pass anything that is going to be crazy. So
let me encourage you to check and find out when some of these added things were added, because a long time ago, and there was an attempt to staff to identify when certain things were added into this big package of text amendments proposed that you guys are considering tonight. There has been some that's been added. This is not something that's been there for, you guys have been discussing for 2 years and been bouncing around. There have been added ones. Part of the ones that stuck out to me was the use by right being taken out of B1 and I for unified business development. That's what, and I did make every attempt to try to clarify that answer and have all the responses that I received back. Please tell me that I'm wrong, that I'm interpreting this incorrectly, and never got that answer. Actually got confirmation that it seems to be the case. And that's what brought the concern. So people called me and said, have you heard about this? And do you understand this? I go, no, I really don't, but I can only tell you what I've been told by people that I trust. So that's where some of this is gone, unfortunately.
well, I mean, if you look at prior council meetings, you'll see that there have been a lot of denied text amendments. I'll
Madam
just
Mayor, I
say
can't
that.
take that as comfort knowing that this is in front of you and
But
that-
it's not driven by this council.
Well, I
We're
can't-
stopping it. We're not allowing it to go forward.
responses like it will likely be tabled. It's not comforting to me because likely means that it could likely be voted on and this could be approved. And if it is, then the ramifications of that approval, I think, are vast.
Yeah, I think we're as a council, I guess, Megan, do you have a comment about your staff driving this to council? Because we're trying to stop it.
Sure.
We believe
And I
in,
appreciate that. I
we,
do.
we,
And I appreciate that.
the only thing that I know of that we have actually changed has been, what text amendments have we changed? It's
Exterior lighting in the data processing centers.
okay, and how many did I name off earlier? Over almost 200, and we've passed 2 things. And completely gutted the data center one, which basically just says you have to, if you're a data center, you have to use approved recycling provisions and have a setback of
250.
250.
No, I
That's it.
I
But I mean,
appreciate this
very,
council's
very,
diligence.
yes.
I do. I
Because
do
we read
to
through
protect our rights as
all
the business
200
community.
text amendments.
But Lee, if I could,
Absolutely.
I hope that my interpretation in this public forum has given you some solace as far as how we perceive.
And your interpretation that you presented this morning as well.
Yes.
But I will say in Lee's defense, I have been, I'm a citizen. I have businesses, things like that. And I have seen where the city of Graham, based on what planner you have, has a totally different interpretation of what the rules are. So I'm with you, Lee, that they need to be clear.
Yes, ma'am.
And we don't need to leave rules to be ambiguous or left open to interpretation. They need to be as clear as they can. And I certainly have advocated on this council, even when I was on the council 20 years ago, and I start seeing things that we championed back then being interpreted totally different than what I knew to be the intent back then.
Sure.
And, people that don't know the history tend to not realize that it's not being used for the reason that it was, but.
Yeah, when we do interpretations, Madam Mayor, we use every resource that we have, and coming from different backgrounds, you're likely to have different interpretations among different people. But we try to find justifiable reasons to make an interpretation so that it's defensible in front of the city council if ever challenged. So, and I will say that we try to take a very lenient stance on interpretations to favor the general public in most cases, unless there's absolutely no leeway that we can give them.
Madam Mayor, if it's nothing
Clarity
else.
makes it easier for everybody, yes.
Sure. Thank you. And I appreciate the diligence of the council to really investigate this and make sure that the business community is appreciated and taken care of.
Yes, thank you very much. We are very pro-business. Do I have a motion? Was there anybody else that wanted to speak on this issue?
Here, I make a motion that we close the public hearing. There is a standing motion to
Table indefinitely. Yes, sir. There's a standing motion.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, to close the meeting. All in
Close the meeting.
favor?
Aye.
Okay, on the motion to table this indefinitely. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? You need a statement of consistency. It's on the, who made the motion?
let me
Okay.
bring- let me bring- The action is not
It says, okay. All right.
thank you, ma'am.
Item number 4, text amendment. Development ordinance administrative approval of minor modifications. Public hearing has been scheduled to consider an amendment to the development ordinance authorizing administrative approval of minor modifications for approved special use permits based on the Graham 2035 comprehensive plan and best practices. Staff recommends indefinitely tabling of the text amendment for later consideration as part of the development ordinance rewrite. Recognize Justin Snyder.
Once again, Madam Mayor, you so eloquently took the words out of my mouth, and we have no further comment.
Okay, this has been advertised as a public meeting. Is there anyone here from the public that would like to speak on it? For this text amendment. Do I hear a motion from the council to close the public meeting?
Madam Mayor, I make a motion to close it.
Do I hear a second?
A second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Need a motion to approve or deny the text amendment or postpone indefinitely.
Madam Mayor, I make a motion that we indefinitely postpone this text amendment.
Do I hear a second?
A second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Agenda item 5, text amendment. Development ordinance, open space provisions, AM 2108. A public hearing has been scheduled to consider an amendment regarding an open space provision to count open space that does not serve a valid purpose. Stormwater facilities, leftover small spaces based on the 2035 plan and best practices. The staff recommends indefinite tabling of this text amendment for later consideration as part of the development ordinance review. Mr. Schneider?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. You almost said it all this time, but I've got one other thing to add on this one. So this one, the reason specifically for planning board's denial is to consider this one as part of the recreation and amenities amendment, because I think there's going to be a lot of overlap that needs to be considered. So when we do eventually look at this, we'll want to look at those things together. But that's all I have to add, ma'am.
Okay. Again, as a public hearing, I open the floor for a public hearing. Is there anyone in regards to open space provisions that would like to speak on this specific issue?
Madam Mayor, procedural question on all these in which you are
indefinitely postponing in the assumption that you might do that on this one as well. Is that postponed to start over at the planning board level, or will it come back at some point immediately to the council?
Well, part of what we had concerns about was that no one was inviting the stakeholders to participate in some of these recommended changes. So in my mind, ideally, when you're looking at doing major rewrites to your development ordinance, you would hold public hearings, have people come and discuss what those changes are, make recommendations, and then staff would come back at that point. But yes, they would start again once we have something, after they get input from the public and the stakeholders that they affect, then that would go back to planning board with a whole new rewrite. And then
Come forward. All right, thank you.
do I hear a motion to close the public hearing?
Madam Mayor, I make the motion, we close the public hearing.
Second,
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. I need a motion and a second to approve, deny, or postpone indefinitely and table this amendment.
Madam Mayor, I make a motion that we table this indefinitely.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Item number 6, text amendment. Development ordinance, denied rezoning waiting period. A public hearing has been scheduled to consider approval of a text amendment creating a process for denied rezonings. Justin?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So this one here, this has been to the planning board a couple of times as well. This was brought forward at the request of a business and development, a business owner and developer in the city. There was some confusion and he was looking for clarification to reduce the 6-month waiting period after denial of rezoning. So the question is, what constitutes the same zoning change of the same area? And so we tried to clarify that it would not apply when the original property area is changed in total size by 10% or more, or when multiple parcels involved and total number of parcels in the denied request would be changed in number. Planning board did recommend approval of this text amendment. We would recommend approval as well. However, if you decide to table indefinitely, we will understand as well.
Open the public meeting. Is there anyone that would like to discuss this text amendment regarding denied rezoning waiting period?
Are you going to consider it?
I have comments about it.
Do we have some explanation of what it does?
Well, Justin, do you remember this email that I sent you?
Yes.
Okay. So what the issue is that when someone comes before the city council and they want to request a rezoning and they are then denied by that council. Now, this council, I can say, and really prior councils have always tried to advise the applicant if there's great concern about a specific issue regarding the rezoning, we encourage the applicant to make those changes and just table the item and have them come back rather than get a strict no. Unfortunately, sometimes applicants have due diligence money, earnest money, issues regarding the contracts of the real estate tied up with whether they can do that or not. So in other words, their offer to the seller is contingent on the rezoning. So they have to ask for a yes, no. So if they get denied based on issues that we have brought up as concerns, either through planning or through the city council, that person has a 6-month waiting period before they can come back before the city council. So they want to get the denial, but they don't want to wait 6 months to be able to do that. So it's a balancing act because what you don't want to happen is someone just keep coming back month after month after month after month until they get a yes. So that is the reason for that. And I think that's been a long-standing rule for, I know when I was on the council 20 years ago, had been here for a long time, and similar rules are like that in other cities. So Justin was saying that if they basically change the density by 10%, that would they be able to come back? But my comment to him was that the amendment only addresses density as a reason for initial denial. What if the denial was based on access? What if the denial was based on proximity to other zones? Maybe it abuts residential, maybe it's 2-story that abuts residential. Maybe it doesn't have access to adequate water and sewer, like on the Jimmy Kerr Road project, the environmental issues. So I think the initial reason for the denial unless the initial reason for the denial has substantially changed to address the issues that the council or the planning board brought up as the reason for the denial, I mean, I don't think the person should be able to bring back the exact same project, and I don't care if they change the density or not. If the council had a problem with like a particular project and it dealt with, well, we don't have the capacity to service that particular area with water and sewer, what good is it going to do if they change the density by 10%? Or if it's a road access or street access or anything like that. So,
And Madam Mayor, if I could just clarify, the purpose of this ordinance is to clarify what constitutes the same zone change of the same area. So we've tried to define and differentiate at what point it would kick in a different request, basically. This would only apply to those projects basically that are permitted by right or by use zoning. So a B1, B2, B3, OI, R12, or R9. Right now the text says it's shall be waiting 6 months before another request may be presented for the same zone change of the same area. So if they came in for B1 of 5 acres, they couldn't come back for B1 of the same 5 acres. Now, if there's different properties involved, or if it's a smaller area, or if there's fewer parcels than what were in there originally, I guess the question is, does that constitute a significant enough change where it's a different request? And that's what we're trying to get at with this text amendment. But again, this came from an individual property owner, not from staff. Staff just brought it forward on their behalf.
and I don't understand, that's another thing in the process that we asked to have written, because it has been a long-standing procedure, and I know we have new staff, but that person that is requesting the change, A, be identified in the request, and B, be present at the meeting.
Mhm.
Neither which is happened.
Yeah, I can identify the person. I don't think they're here though.
I'd like to know that, Mayor.
Jason Cox.
Okay.
And this is specifically relating to the Maple and Market project, which came back in several different iterations, several different times. But ultimately, you had 2 separate, I believe, B1 requests for the same pieces of property. One was slightly smaller in area because of the concerns that were brought up by the previous council, where there were some historic structures they wanted to see removed from the request. So that's the source of this particular text amendment.
And I think we had that conversation,
Yes.
and I said, I mean, and that's why it's difficult to, I think, I'm not opposed to changing the text amendment if it does what I just said.
Right.
If it addresses the issue by the members of the planning board committee, and it addresses the issues that were brought up by the city council members, And I didn't have a problem with Mr. Cox or any applicant bringing forward again to the city council a new project.
Right.
And that's what, like, the same project doesn't need to just keep coming up because someone gets a no.
So the problem with that is if you're in a, let's say, a B2 district and you don't have to define a site plan when you make a rezoning request. The request itself is the B2. It's not to build a 2,000 square foot building on a B2. It's to zone it to B2. So if you deny for any reason that B2, they can't come back with any other project idea in a B2 for 6 months. They would
That is-
have to come to B1, B3,
That is correct.
conditional business. And so that's what his concern was, I think, in this case. But
I mean,
I
I think that
completely
thing
understand
is,
where you're
I'm gonna
coming from.
guess that it's 50 years old. I don't know that for sure, but I'm gonna guess that's been a long-standing rule that they've had for years. It's not one that this council has
Correct.
created.
So it was just a matter of staff trying to be sensitive to the public's interests and bringing that to council.
I think we asked them, in fact, I would even go as far as say that we encourage them not to require the council to make a decision and to table that so they can
Right.
make changes so that they have an opportunity to be able to do that. But if you're going to ask for a straight up and down no, you can't bring that back before the council again for 6 months.
That's right. So the recommendation probably would be to deny this text amendment than seeing city council's position
Well,
on that.
that's just, I'm not the whole council, I'm just one person, but
If the
I
council-
had concerns about, that if, even when staff is not recommending approval or something based on capacity for water and sewer, it doesn't need to just keep coming back with less density until you get to the point where the council is just like, why is this still on the same? We had an issue with that a couple of years ago where the exact same topic just kept being put on the agenda every single month. So
Yeah, so that's crystal clear to staff. So
does anyone else in the audience wish to speak on this issue? Make a motion that we close the public hearing. Do I hear a second?
I second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries.
Madam Mayor, I make a motion that we deny this text amendment. The action is not consistent with the Graham 2035 plan.
2.3.1.
With 2.3.1 to facilitate the focused development.
Do I hear a second?
I
I'll
second.
Did you get that, Madam Clerk? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. Item number 7, text amendment. Development Ordinance Multifamily Signage, Article 10, Section 10.398 to 10.399, AM 2107. A public hearing has been scheduled to consider approval of a text amendment to create a provision for entry signage for multifamily, multi-use developments containing residential units and major subdivisions. Recognize Justin Snyder, Planning Director.
thank you again, Madam Mayor. So this one, I do have things to add. So currently, the ordinance only allows up to 10 square feet for an entry sign to a major subdivision or residential mixed-use development. Staff is recommending at the planning board's recommendation that we expand that up to 36 square feet so that these developments may have by right a sign that's visible from the right of way and identifies the neighborhood within, not only for purposes of, 911, fire, but so anybody trying to find the neighborhood can find it. We did check with surrounding jurisdictions. Mebane and Burlington both allow 32 square feet. So this would be in line with what they both allow.
And who requested this text amendment?
This was identified by planning staff in response to several developments trying to provide sign permits for their entry signage and only being allowed 10 square feet. So we are trying to help them as much as possible by expanding that to 36 square feet.
And you came up with 36 because two of the planning board members, one wanted more, one wanted less, and you met in the middle. Is that
That's
right?
correct.
But Burlington and Mebane do 32 square
32
feet.
on each of them. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, this is a public hearing. Is there anyone here who would like to speak on the multifamily signage ordinance text amendment?
My only question, I'm Keith Westbrook, 604 Chalkwater Court. My only question on this is, how big is 32 square feet?
32 would be like a 8x4,
8x4.
but
That's
we're
my only
recommending
question.
36, so
I mean,
9x4.
I ask that because somebody else might not know
Yeah.
what that size would be. And you're talking about that would just be a standard. If you wanted to put up a sign and you had a subdivision within Graham, it'd have to be within this size limitation, right?
Yes, sir. It could be up to that
Up to.
large, so it would not have to be that large.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Madam Mayor, I make a motion, we close the
Well,
public hearing.
Okay, yes.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Do you have any comments, Bonnie?
I do not. No, ma'am.
I think I'd like to see it be consistent across the board, 32 square feet, but other than that, I don't have any comments. Vicky, what do you think?
32 sounds fair. to me.
Yeah, 32 is consistent with other municipalities.
Is that okay?
That's okay.
Okay, and none of my links are here. Can you? None of the links are working. You have it up? Madam Clerk, did you put the,
I can make,
attached?
read them.
Oh, you got it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I move that the text amendment be approved with the change to 32 square feet for the signage. The action is consistent with Graham 2035 Plan Strategy 2.3.1 to facilitate focused development.
I second your motion, Bobby.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Item number 8, text amendment. Development ordinance, wall signs. A public hearing has been scheduled to consider an amendment regarding the placement of all wall signs on buildings. Recognize Justin Snyder.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So this text amendment arose at the request of Alamance Community College. They made the request to, basically, they're changing one word, that wall signage be allowed not above the 3rd floor instead of the 2nd floor of a building. So we would be changing the word second to third in the ordinance. Staff is fully supportive and we recommend approval.
I want to open the public meeting. Is there anyone, council had pictures? If you can put the pictures up there of what was being proposed. Is anyone here tonight from ACC to speak on this issue? Hi, sir. Name and your
Hello,
address.
Mrs. Mayor. This is Yanni Butler. I work at Alamance Community College in the President's Office. So we are requesting this amendment, and thank you for the planning board for the meeting previously where we were able to bring it before. It is regarding the topography of the land and the signage for our new building, the Biotechnology Center of Excellence building, that will be highly visible from the interstate and will become a beacon or landmark for Graham. So we're asking for the change to incorporate the signage where it can be more easily viewed from the interstate.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We greatly appreciate Alamance Community College being a business partner, a partner here in Graham. We're very proud for you to be here in the city limits of Graham. We love what you're doing here. All the new buildings that you have down there are absolutely beautiful. So I love that you guys are in the midst of doing a new strategy, right?
That is correct.
So I don't know if the other council members have had the opportunity, but you opened it up this month, right? For some feedback, is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
Yeah, so trades, all this infrastructure, we need people in the trades. So
Amen.
the work training is going to be essential over the next 10 years. So we greatly appreciate what you do for our community. So thank you for being here tonight.
Thank you, Mrs. Mayor and City Council. Thank you.
Is anyone else that would like to speak on the wall signs text amendment?
Madam Mayor, I make a motion to close the public hearing.
Do I hear a second?
I think he wanted to say something.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Totally okay. Rob Harkey, an architect with Clark Nexon, member of the design team. If there were any questions about the signage, happy to answer them, but hopefully the images plus Yanni's explanation are.
Do you have an image of where the sign's going to go?
Yes, Madam Mayor. So if you look on this, this rendering here, you can see it's kind of, it's on the third floor up here. It's really hard to see. I apologize just because of the scale, but I can try to zoom in as much as I can here. Without losing too much. You see over here on the right side next to the windows. So under the current ordinance, that sign would have to be down here. Unfortunately, if you put it down there, there's no visibility based on the topography of the site and how the building is. So it would hinder recognizability. As you can see here, he's kind of done a scaled rendering showing what it would look like from the interstate. And you can see here, you know, with the topography, it just helps them to have it on the third floor.
You'll have your own billboard there. So do I hear a motion to close the public hearing?
Madam
Make a
Mayor,
motion to close the public hearing.
Second,
I second the motion.
all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. Do I hear a motion to accept, or actually, I'll make the motion. I'll move that the text amendment is approved and it is in the public's best interest and consistent with the Graham 2035 comprehensive plan. The action is consistent with strategy 2.3.1 to facilitate focused development. Do I hear a second?
I
Mayor, I
second.
make your motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. Thank you so much for being here tonight, Mr. Butler. And thank you as well. New business, recycling contract. The city's current 5-year recycling contract expires on June 30th, 2022. City Council will consider options for a new recycling contract. Can I recognize Burke Robinson, our Public Works Director? This is page 176 of the agenda.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. As you're aware, our current recycling contract will expire June 30th this year. We have presented to council options that we have. We also have Chris with Republic and Seth and Ed with GFL. If you got any questions you'd like to ask the two companies that are in consideration.
I'm sorry? The GFL contract, the 5.89 per month with 5% annual increase. That is the one that guarantees no fuel increase rate. And it comes to be $383,000 a year, 402,000 the second year, 422 the third. So, and it's basically a 2, 3, 4, 5-year contract. Is that correct?
Yeah, 5-year with additional, up to 5 additional 1-year mutually agreeable rollovers.
And comparable to that is Republic's, which is $550 per month with
That's
an,
right, 555. I may have put a misprinted that one. The math's right, but the dollar amount is wrong.
okay. So $555 per month with an annual CPI, which last year was 7%, which would be more than the 5%. I looked at that, and even though it's cheaper, I don't know that it's worth the risk of getting us, taking the possibility of the CPI, which might be more based on all kinds of accounts looking forward. Whether that will be, I think you only save like $3,000 or something like that. To not have that risk, I guess. And currently we're with GFL and looking at the two comparisons, but there's some things with, if we were to switch, would we have additional costs with the switching process?
Well, there'd have to be some notifications, education for citizens if we change days. From indications, one conversation with Republic, that may have to happen. Yeah, so we would have that issue to contend with. That would require staff time and postage and everything to make sure that everybody got the notification before June the 1st.
Do you know how much, Megan or Bert, that this, if, say you were to pick the number 2 of GFL, how much that would potentially, we would need to find in the budget in comparison to what we're doing now? How much it's costing us now?
I budgeted a little higher just to make sure that the numbers you see would support that. What would support the $5.89 per card per month is what's currently in the budget that you'll be presented tonight.
No, I know, but what I'm saying to you is I know that there's an increase. And I know this is an item that comes out of the general fund, and I'm not like wanting that to all be put on the burden of the user. So what is the difference in that price?
So what we have proposed with the upcoming budget, which you'll hear about soon, is to increase the amount to citizens at the same time increase in the city's subsidy. So in essence, we would ask you to consider stair stepping the increase
I
for.
can't hear what you're saying.
Sorry, we'll try again. So what you'll hear in the proposed budget is that we are requesting an increase in garbage and recycling, but not the full amount of the increase. So while we are proposing an increase in sanitation fees, at the same time, we are proposing to increase the city subsidy to that so that the full burden is not on the resident of Graham.
You know what that difference is?
Well, we have proposed a $2 per month increase for the citizen, which also at the same time increases the city's subsidy to the service. But we were trying to be
$2.70 or 80 cents.
Yeah, we were trying to be mindful of everything going out on one bill.
Yeah.
And that increase.
I just want to see us take care of our fixed income people. I want to make sure that we're taking care of our seniors. So we can talk about that during budget, but was there any comments, Bonnie, that you had for Mr. Robertson?
No, ma'am.
Did you get a chance to review the contract?
I haven't seen the contract.
So I replied this afternoon. You may not have yet had an opportunity to review it. What we typically do is wait until council makes their selection with the appropriate vendor. The contract with whichever one will look similar to what we have currently, and then we'll just incorporate any of the elements from the RFP that went out into the new contract. And as always is our practice, our legal team reviews it before execution.
Bob, I assume you've looked at the one from Burlington. Bob, your negotiating skills over there in Burlington has messed all of us up. Gas, the vehicles, everything. Yeah. Okay. Joey, did you have any questions for Mr. Robertson?
I do not.
Ricky? Okay. Do we have a representative here from GFL that would like to address the council?
Good afternoon. My name is Seth Heath. I'm the general manager of GFL Environmental. Appreciate the opportunity to come speak this evening. First and foremost, just want to tell you how appreciative I am of our relationship that we've built over the past 10 years. We've had a fantastic relationship, and we've been so fortunate to be able to service the town and the residents for the recycling needs. As you're well aware, costs have significantly increased over the past year, which, Burlington, Haw River, Gibsonville, Elon, kind of had all piggybacked off of one contract originally. And, we were the fortunate contract holder for that. And through that, we've gained a lot of knowledge over the years, and we think that we've become really a good community partner. Our office is right here on Gilbis Street, less than probably a mile and a half up the road. So we're here, we're ingrained in the community in Graham. We sponsor local high school sports clubs and community events. And we just asked for the opportunity, even though we're a few cents higher, we're just asking for the opportunity to continue to be that partner that you've gained to know and become accustomed to, and continue to provide the great service that you've also become used to as well. So thank you for your consideration tonight. If you have any further questions of me, I'd be happy to answer them.
Any opportunity for you to lower your price?
We did give a standard rate across the board. So actually the original rate was $6.24. That was the rate that Burlington got. The CPI language was slightly different, being that the 5% is in there. That is what allowed us to get down to the 589. And at this time, we've fulfilled a contract that was, for lack of better words, not very fair on our end for many years. So we've taken the burden, and not saying that we're turning around and trying to pass that on. We're given a fair rate today. I stand by that. And
I will say this, I will say this, that when you were Waste Industries 20 years ago,
right,
I fought to the nail to be able to give you the opportunity to bid this contract for the city of Graham. Against everybody else, nobody wanted to do it.
right.
And everybody said, the price is going to go up. And I said, but it's legally required for us to bid this project out, and it's not fair to not let a local person bid it. I mean, we literally have a recycling contractor in our backyard and you weren't allowed to bid for years.
Right.
And so, you know, I didn't think that was okay and went to, at that time, we didn't have lawyers at the council meetings advising us. And so we went to the attorneys and they said, yeah, need to be able to do it. And so you guys came back with an excellent price, lower than anybody else's at that time.
Right.
And for the first time, I think that I've, at least in my lifetime, we were actually able to lower the cost on our water bills that we sent out for recycling.
Right.
So I think that was a first for us, but we have had a long-standing relationship. I'm a little concerned about being at the mercy of a CPI index with Republic personally, but I certainly want to give them an opportunity also to hear what they have to say. But thank you very much for being here.
We appreciate it, and again, appreciate the partnership that we've been able to build, and you know, the trust that you've all had in us for so many years.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there a representative here from Republic? I think we just saw you at the
We did.
event.
Madam Mayor, fellow council folks, I think there might be a little misunderstanding in what's being represented, in that Republic's bid has a fixed 3% CPI for years 2 and 3. The offer that we're proposing to you is for a 5.55 rate, with the second year being a fixed 3% increase and the third year being a fixed 3% increase. We're also willing to do years 4 and 5 at 3%. This is significant savings to the town over our competitors' bid. I don't know if you're looking at the in the package on page 177. It's the third option down on the list.
It doesn't have the,
It just shows the first 3 years.
Yeah, so the first 3 years are at 5.55 with on the second year, an annual adjustment of 3%, on the third year, an annual adjustment of 3%, but we're willing to do a fourth and a fifth year at a 3% adjustment as well.
and what about the fuel?
There's no fuel.
It says a biannual fuel adjustment option.
No, we're looking at option 3 of Republic's bid. So when Burke presented the 3 options, the first is processing. For a vendor to bring it directly to us, and the city would have a contract with us for those. Then the second one is how we responded to the RFP, which had the biannual fuel adjustment. The third one is an option that we proposed on our own, which has the fixed CPI of 3% for the first 3 years. And in further conversations with our area staff, we had agreed to do 4 and 5, year 4 and 5, to give a little bit more stability to the city for budgeting. So there is no, you're correct, current CPI right now is probably going to come out at around 8.25 tomorrow. So if you're realizing a savings of that significance, you know, it's a benefit. When I looked at it, when I compared our prices to to our competitors, just over a 3-year time period, you'd be saving close to $70,000. In addition, we will agree to continue to service the city on Wednesdays if that's their desire. If you want to look at an alternative date, we can look at that too.
So it's 70,000.
Over 3 years.
So roughly 20-some thousand a year. 22 something.
It just allows for the city to be able to plan and budget accordingly moving forward, kind of knowing what that fixed rate's going to be based on the number of residents you have.
What do you have in the contract that if we were to change to Republic, that if we were unsatisfied with the service, that we would be able to get out of the contract?
Well, I think from what the city manager said, the contract actually is presented to us from the city. So then, we would look to that language. I haven't seen a copy of your current contract. There would obviously be language for opportunity to cure. And then beyond that, there would be a performance guarantee, and beyond that, there would be a breach.
Okay. Do you have any questions, Bonnie?
No, ma'am, I do not.
Have any questions, Bobby?
No, ma'am.
Well, my only concern is, I know they have a lot of issues with the county. I have friends at the county, or still have friends at the county. I'm sorry. I have friends at the county, and they get a lot of complaints. I know Republic is their hauler, and I'm just concerned.
Did we previously use Republic before we used GFL?
I don't think it might have been Alamance Disposal. It was an acquisition we had several years ago, but I don't think so.
We used somebody other than Waste Industries. Tidewater.
Out of Chesapeake.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't, I'm the municipal manager on the Alamance County account too. I haven't heard the service challenges that you're speaking to Councilman Hall. Not to say that, we're all challenged from time to time due to supply chain and manpower and trucks and equipment and the like. We try to address those concerns whenever they do come up, but we can certainly put into a contract a performance guarantee that will satisfy that.
I do have a question. Do you have trucks available to
Yes, we
take on
do.
this at this time?
Yes, we do. And we have route availability on Wednesday as well.
Great. Yes, if you'd like to speak.
Just a question, Madam Mayor. The 3% increase, is that up to 3% or is that definitely 3%?
Definitely
CPI
3%.
It's not CPI up to, I realize we're way above that
It-
as of today.
It's not going to be, CPI is not going to be below 3%, but yes, it's definitely 3%. It's held at 3%. Yes.
The figures under Republic, it's showing, the numbers they're showing, that's 5%. Not 3%. But their 3% figures are, it would be second year, 371, 830, third year, 382.
That got some multiplier in it, Bert? Does that have some multiplier in there for increased usage or something? The numbers that we have going from 361 to 379, he says are 5%, not 3%.
Unless I hit fat finger the key, it should be 3%.
You're correct. 3% on the second year would be 371, 830.
The third year is 382, 984. Fourth year is 394, 474. Fifth year is 406, 308.
Yeah, I used Burke's calculation when I was doing my math.
Let me ask one more question, Mayor, if I may.
Mhm.
Are you having trouble getting drivers?
No, we've actually overstaffed in Greensboro now. I think and I cover North Carolina and Virginia for our company. I think it's a constant battle to get drivers. We've done market wage adjustments, most recently in our Greensboro market to bring our drivers up to more competitive wages so that we can compete against Amazon and other trucking companies of the like. And we're constantly trying at this point to overstaff.
What, so, Burke, why would we not want to take the lower cost? Are there any service issues that you know of?
I'm saying we've had no, I don't know of any service issues with Republic because we've never used it. Like I said, I offered every option, we can, decide where, so council can make the best decision.
I don't understand why a local vendor is higher than a vendor that's in Greensboro. Math doesn't work.
Can I make another comment?
By all means, I wish you would.
I can appreciate the challenges that Republic has, and we face them too. We all face them. It's a difficult market. Trucks, equipment, people, all very difficult to get your hands on these days. He's right that they have pushed for higher wages, and we've done the same things to pull in competitive, to be competitive in this market and to have good talent working for us. But I do want to leave you with this. Green Level, July 1st, they're coming to GFL because Republic couldn't follow through. They weren't even given an opportunity to bid. Elon Trash had Republic as well. We were successful in securing the contract for Elon Trash effective July 1st as well. Stokesdale, also a Republic customer, July 1st, coming to GFL. So I'll leave you with that, so.
I mean, obviously, I have no problem saying, if I was sitting on the Greensboro City Council, I would say, I would prefer a local vendor.
Right.
But we're in Graham and you're the local vendor, why are you more? I mean,
Well, Madam
especially
Mayor.
with gas prices.
For the 5-year contract, the difference, GFL is only $10,000 more than if we went with the Republic for 5 years. So there's some intangibles there that might offset $10,000.
I guess maybe I was using the wrong numbers. I had come up with $3,000 difference when I got it originally, but
This is based on 3%.
Right. And I'll say we presented cheaper options as well, where the town had the ability to negotiate rates direct with Republic Services, because all of the volume, all the tonnage does go back to their recycling facility in Greensboro. So part of the reason why our rate is what it is because we have to pay processing fees on that, and Republic controls that. So even though we're here in Graham, we're the closest, we're the local provider. You pick up the phone, you call my office, you're speaking to somebody a mile and a half away. You can't necessarily say the same for my competitor, but the reality of the fact is they control the recycling facility, and they control the cost to me. So we're still happy to offer the rate for service only, and the town can negotiate directly with Republic if you think that you can get a cheaper processing fee. But based off of what they're currently offering us, that is why our rate is what it is.
yeah, I think that's what the $3,000 difference was. I think the price of negotiating with them directly was only going to save us like $3,000 or something. I didn't think that was worth the risk because the price can change.
Right.
I don't like being, one of the things that we did with Waste Industries, when you guys were Waste Industries, was in the contract when 20 years ago, we negotiated no fuel surcharge, which was killing us. I mean, literally, the fuel charge was as much as the monthly fee.
Right.
And sometimes more. So it gave the vendor the opportunity to basically double the rate anytime they decided that fuel prices kind of went up. I just don't want to be in, I don't want to put the city in a vulnerable position like that. Okay.
Understood.
Mind if I follow up?
Mhm.
And we try in this business not to talk, poorly about our competitors. I think Seth will acknowledge too that a couple of the towns that he's talking to were strategic losses for us that we didn't want to continue to service those accounts. But I can also tell you that the town of Gibsonville, that Waste Industries or GFL currently services, is going with us July 1. I'm meeting with one of its competitors tomorrow with service challenges from GFL. So as he rightly points out, we're all having some challenges with manpower, equipment and the like, and it's how we address those. But getting back Councilman Shin, I think the numbers are a little bit different than 10,000 when I look at it. Because if I just look at Burke's math alone, before, he made an error on the bottom where he calculated a 5% for us in years 2 and 3.
Well, I took your base at 361 and increased it by 3% each year.
Okay.
So I used 3%.
So if you look at GFL's first year of 383, and you look at our first year of 361, that's $22,000 right there. And then each year goes up exponentially. And then on top of that, our increase is only 3% and theirs is 5%. I would dare say if you do the 5 years in totality, you're probably looking at $110,000 to $120,000 difference.
Okay, yeah, I made a mistake. I was using the figures from option 4 for GFL. So I'll make that correction.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the idea, we're constantly bidding on municipalities and we're strategically placing ourselves in the marketplace to where it's most advantageous for the company and for the citizens and municipalities we serve. So I don't think it's fair to say, well, I'm taking this account from you on June 30. Well, I could say the same there. I just kind of want to leave it at that.
Megan, do you have a recommendation?
I think with the two vendors, you have obviously one that is the lower of the two bids, that much is apparent, and you have a known versus an unknown. I think if we switch to Republic in the event that we do have service issues, I'm not sure what capacity another vendor may have for us to possibly change. But, as far as dollars, Republic is certainly the lower of the two.
Do you have a recommendation?
I think we're spending taxpayer dollars and we would have to go with the lowest responsible bidder, which in this instance is Republic.
Do you have a recommendation, Eric?
Sorry, the microphone has to warm up a little bit. I agree with what Megan just said. I think that, it comes down to the comfort level of council. If you're feeling that you're uncomfortable for a particular reason with Republic, not knowing how the service is going to be with them versus a known commodity like you would with GFL. But if you're talking about a reputable company and both of them are reputable, going with the lowest responsible bidder would be the recommendation that I would give.
GFL, I tried to help your rep last month to come back with something that was competitive. It's not 5 people up here. We represent the people, so we have to spend their money wisely. Did you come up with a price difference?
I'm still trying to understand for GFL, are these 4 different options?
So one is, yes, it's 4 different options. The third and the fourth is with basically, we collect and then haul it with an annual CPI adjustment plus estimated processing cost. And 4 is we haul it with the 5% increase plus estimated processing rebate, but we
Two.
can't, I don't really think we can do 3 or 4 because I don't think we can like, didn't you say we needed a truck or something in order to do 3 and 4? And you can't get trucks for like 16 months or something? Directly with Republic?
GFL would haul, we would deal directly with the public. Those numbers are, the numbers of Matthew C, the only way I knew to do that was base it off national average. Contamination rate matters a bunch. That's figured at 25% contamination. If they check one of our loads and we exceed 25% contamination, then the rate would be more. You know, if it was less, it would be less. That, you know, I can't give you a figure there because I don't know exactly what the contamination rate of the load that they inspect would be. You know, it's a risk. You could save money that way. It could cost you more money that way.
Councilmember Chin, if you're gonna make a comparison of apples to apples,
Right.
it would be option 2 of GFL compared to option 3 of the Republic
Right.
options. And I have the total figure
Let's
for
compare
the top
numbers.
one.
What are your numbers?
For GFL, the total is 2,116,315. So
That's for 5 years.
that's over the adding all 5 years of option 2 for GFL. So if you have the total for number 3, we would just subtract that one from the one I gave.
$199,761. That's the difference. Basically $200,000 over 5 years.
What's the 5-year tally?
The 5-year total for Republic was $1,916,598. For GFL is $2,116,360. The difference being $199,762.
Problem with the recycling right now is there's just not a market for recycling like there was, 10 years ago, 20 years ago. It's a little bit frustrating when you only have 60% participation, and then of that gets recycled, you have all this contamination, and a lot of it ends up going back into the landfill. I get a little bit discouraged, I guess, that we're paying so much money to do that, and there's not really a good market for it. But I think we have to be conscientious of the money that we're spending for taxpayers, and as long as we have a manager that and a public works director that's going to hold the vendor accountable for service, I think we have to, I don't think we have any other choice but to go with the low bidder. That's my 2 cents worth, whether the rest of the council agrees with that or not, but I wanted to give the local person the opportunity to try to bid something. I would like to see, I'd like to have some input when Burlington goes to bid it again, so that we can maybe rewrite that RFP a little bit, so we can all kind of benefit from going out to a vendor together, maybe get several of the municipalities together as an option going forward. But
May I make a comment?
sure.
Given, recycling is a nice politically correct duty. But the reality is, if recycling is costing us more money than we're getting in return, put the emotions aside. We're talking about individuals' annual income, and their monthly budget. Now, if there's things that, instead of trying to recycle everything, if metals are the material to recycle, let's focus on that. You know, I know it sounds good, let's recycle everything, but recycling everything is not cost effective. So Bert, if we only recycled metals, for example, what difference would that make?
Like I said, then I think you'd still get back to like the contamination issue. You know, a lot of people are used to putting glass, even things that are not contamination, glass, your plastics, your things that you should be putting in a recycle cart. You know, getting clean, whatever material is the issue. I mean, that's why, you know, recycling prices have collapsed. A lot of it has to do with contamination. It costs so much money to get the contaminations out of the cart after you put it in. The easiest way to prevent contamination is not to put it in a cart. It's a behavior issue that we as US citizens do. You know, some of it's wish recycling. I wish this was recycled. I want to help the environment. I put it in a can. Some of it is trash cans full. I put it in a can. So I don't know, you know, just like glass, I've had conversations with both about, you know, if we could get glass out. Glass, due to the tonnage and the shipping costs, there's no money in it. In reality, Greensboro has tried it. They've had limited success, you know, 10%. 10% of glass is a lot, and Greensboro is a lot of money. 10% of glass in the city of Graham is not that much. The considerable effort you would spend to try to get it out would cost more than the savings if you got it out.
Would it raises the question.
Would it be cheaper for us to set up recycling convenience centers?
Problem is you end up getting couches and all kinds
Well,
of.
the convenience centers typically become dumping sites. You're gonna have, if you're to prevent that and to get clean recyclables, it would have to be manned. Then you still got to store, haul, sort, you know, then all that would be on you to get it to the MRF. You know, if you get clean cardboard, you know, there's money in that. You know, aluminum cans, there's some money in that. Some of the higher HDPs, plastics, there's money in that. But it's going to take manpower involvement on the city's behalf to be able to do that. And by the time you build the facilities, you staff them, you go through all that process and set up all your chains, you've not saved any money, quite possibly has spent more.
Well, how much do you have, how much is the tonnage to take, how much is it to take 1 ton to the landfill versus have it recycled?
Currently, the tip and fit landfill is $40 a ton. They're proposing a $2 increase. It'd be $42 a ton come July 1. The processing fees that we were quoted from Republic's $125 a ton.
What is that percentage? That's what, 200 and some percent?
102 divided by.
And what percentage would you say of the stuff you take to the MRF that actually ends up back in the landfill?
At least 25%. I would bet we're not beating national average.
2.5% increase to recycle.
So recycling participation is 60 some percent.
5-year average is 59 point something.
50 some percent, 59%, almost 60%. And of that 60% that gets recycled, only how much goes?
Last
You
year's
said
tonnage was
25.
right at 1,000 tons. They figured 25%, 750 tons would be what would probably recycled at a 25% contamination rate based off of last year's tonnage.
So we all as citizens are paying 250% more so that we can feel good about ourselves, but it ultimately still ends up in the landfill.
Well, you have the other issue of the Alamance County Solid Waste and Recycling Ordinance that City Council adapted in the 90s that states if we knowingly dump targeted recyclables in the landfill, they may double our tipping fee on all loads.
I don't want to do that. I want to
Um,
recycle. I'm just discouraged at the participation and that, you know, at the time that recycling kind of became very popular, there was this market for it, and now there's not this market for it. But we're not changing any of our behaviors, and it's just the prices are just going up and up and up and up.
And the fact is, we're still taking stuff back to the landfill.
It's still ending up there. Yep. Yes.
Madam Mayor, when y'all used this percentage before, 59% participating in recycling, does that mean only the other 41% don't even have a recycling can? Or does it just mean they don't put it out regularly? Or what does that mean?
They do not put it out. That's 59% of carts in the system.
Okay.
Is your participation rate.
On average.
Mhm.
All right.
So they're just putting it in the trash and taking it to the landfill.
Some of your participation rate will be driven by, you know, your north of the interstate in your poorer communities. You see the same thing on trash. A lot of those residents don't generate enough trash. They don't put their trash can out on a weekly basis. They'll put their trash can out every 2 weeks, and they'll put their recycling card out once a month, once every 5 weeks. It's just a matter of, you know, some people are more thrifty than others, and it's a simple fact, some people just don't have enough money to buy stuff to throw away.
Well, and you've told me some horrific stories about what they put in the in the recycling bins that are just awful. I don't know how your guys handle that, but hats off to you for doing it. But you need to make a motion and a second for the recycling contract. Or first need to close. This a public? No, not public. So we need a motion to accept or deny or award the recycling contract to either GFL or Republic.
Madam Mayor, I make a motion that we award our contract to GFL.
If I may just ask which option for clarity's sake, if that's okay.
B2.
Item 2.
Thank you.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Aye.
Aye.
Need another motion?
Excuse me, what was that tally, Mayor?
Joey, myself, and Bonnie voted against giving the contract to GFL.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we go with Republic for our recycling contract. Their option 3 with a 3% annual increase at $5.55 per month. And for 5 years, not for 3 years, but for the 5 that he said he would go.
Did you hear that? Yes.
Yes, I do, but I will say also, if you would rather do the 3-year as this council continues to study recycling in the city to have a shorter term contract, that you may have an option at on that 4th year, happy to do that too.
Well, can we go ahead and make the motion to approve the contract with Republic for 3 years with the option to extend it for 2 years with the 5%, with the 3%?
Madam Mayor, I will revise my motion.
And no fuel adjustment, correct?
I'll revise my motion, Madam Mayor, to going with Republic, option 3 at $5.55 per month with a 3% annual increase for 3 years, with an option to extend for 2 additional years for a total of 5 years at 3% increase.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second Bonnie's motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
No.
Bobby?
Hold on,
Okay.
because Ricky proposed option 2 for GFL, correct?
Mhm.
Because option 2, the difference of between Republican GFL is $10,000 over 5 years. If we go with option 4 with GFL, we're correct. It's $200,000 difference.
I was assuming that we were considering option 2, not option 4.
I did too.
Yes.
Well,
When you said 200,000, I'm out with GFL, but is
too.
the difference 10,000 or is it 200,000? Because the numbers on the sheet are not correct. Can you verify that, Bert?
Are you looking at option 4?
No,
as
option
Aaron
2,
said,
apples to apples is option 2 to,
no,
what, no?
it's at option
It is.
4 for GFL compared with option 3 of Republic. Is that not correct, Aaron?
So the option 2 total was 2,116,315
With GFL.
with GFL.
I think he's asking about option 4 now with GFL.
we
isn't
can't.
he?
I don't think we can do option 4.
We can't do option
Yeah,
4.
I
We
don't-
have
I-
the truck,
Right,
so it's got to be option 2 with GFL.
right.
And then what's Republic? Which one on Republic? Which option? 1, 2, or
Okay,
3?
hold on a second.
3.
Option 3,
We were comparing 3 of Republic to 2 of GFL.
Yes.
Okay, and that, okay.
What's the difference? Do you know?
It's actually
Miss-
It is a
3,000.
different, yeah. So comparing option 2 of GFL against option 3 of Republic, the difference is, if it run it out to 5 years, $200,000.
Right, and it saves us $3,329 a month over 60 months if we do it over 5 months, over 5 years. So,
3,000 a month. I think that's what I said initially. When I ran the numbers, that's what I came up with was
and
3,000.
that's over 60 months.
Right, okay. Does that sound right? Okay, so there's a motion on the floor with a second and a vote. We don't know how you're gonna vote. You GFL or you Republic?
I'll vote for Republic.
Okay. Motion carries. Republic's awarded the bid. I will just tell you that we will hold you to the letter of the contract. We expect excellent service for our residents and, GFL, we'll be back to see you in 5 years. Thank you. You have a great day. Item number 10, Code of Ordinance change for the farmer's market. City Council will consider amending the Code of Ordinances, Chapter 8, businesses, adding language allowing farmer markets within the permanent fixtures to be held on private property. I will direct your attention to Justin Snyder, our planning director. Page
Thank-
178 of the agenda.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So This is, as you mentioned, a request to add language to allow farmers markets on private property without permanent fixtures. Staff received input from the city council with support from a few churches downtown to create this text amendment that would allow these farmers markets on private property regardless of zoning status within certain parameters. So staff's drafted the language that's in your packets in coordination with the assistant city manager and the city attorney. And the amendment, if approved, will allow farmers markets under the temporary outdoor sales provision of the Code of Ordinances upon issuance of a permit. And should the markets necessitate street closures, those would still require city council approval as any event would. We are recommending approval. This can pass on first reading with a 4/5 supermajority. If it does not get a supermajority, it will require a second reading.
So is this a public hearing?
This is not a public hearing.
Madam Mayor, may I ask Aaron a question?
Yes.
Aaron, is this something that we can make a city sanctioned event? Since we are trying to get this as a pilot project for a city farmers market?
I think there's an opportunity to partner up. I guess we would have to speak with the attorneys to how far can the city get involved when it's being done on private property, so to speak. But I guess those conversations can be had. I haven't had any conversations with the church personally, other than the meeting you and I sat in on when we were looking at it initially. But I would love to know what the city could do and speak with the attorneys, find out where the city can, since we have shared interest.
I think the last conversation that they had with me, that is the thing that they want. They really want the city to take it over, but they're willing to get it off the ground, to say.
Yeah, I suppose we can investigate some sort of shared agreement, but we would have to sort of see where we can go with that when it's on private property. I know that's the kicker there.
Well, it's my understanding with Big I go to First United. Their understanding is they would have the farmer's market basically be a prototype for the city, and upon the city establishing its own farmer's market, then they would discontinue.
Yeah, and I think there's been some interest, or at least some conversations between Healthy Alamance and the city and possibly establishing a more permanent farmer's market installation at some point. I don't know if those have really taken off, but I know that there at least were preliminary conversations on that.
Things that we had set in with. But I think to get further ahead sooner, this is the option that would get us going now.
That's correct.
And then any opportunities in the future to establish our own, those are some that we can investigate to see what the city would need to take to bear that.
Okay, cool.
And just to be clear, this does not apply to a bona fide farm situation. They're permitted to have farmers markets on their property at any time. So those are governed separately from this.
What are the permits and inspections that would be required? You state that in the ordinance change, but
Yeah, so
what-
typically there's a health inspection required when you're serving fresh foods. And then as far as a permit, it would be the temporary outdoor sales permit.
I thought churches were exempt from having that, aren't they?
I don't think so.
I think
The
they
food-
are.
The food, I'm pretty sure they are.
I'm pretty sure they are.
Really?
Yes.
Hmm,
I
that's
mean-
Scary.
I get a health permit, but I'm pretty sure churches and festivals.
If you're doing it for, I can't remember the quite thing, but I know
Thought if they had a kitchen, they had to be inspected annually.
it has to be inspected, but it doesn't have to be the food every week that you're selling does not have to be inspected.
Yeah, well, I think it'd be akin to like a food truck, wouldn't it? Where you do a one-time inspection, or like I'm not really sure.
I
Anyway,
know
that's
First
just-
United is not intending to open up its kitchen to sell food out of it.
Yeah, so, but sometimes farmers markets, they expand and then you have
Fake sales and
fake
whatnot.
sales.
I guess
or
what I'm saying is,
whatever,
I know
but-
we
Yeah.
have a temporary outdoor sales type thing that says that you can't do anything for more than 3 days or something like that. And you have to get a permit. Are you saying that in addition to this ordinance change, they'd also have to get a permit? Because it says all permit inspections required by law shall be obtained and conspicuously displayed throughout the event. Are the vendors are supposed to get some sort of permitting?
It's just whatever's required by law. We're not mandating anything. We're just stating that if it is required, that they need to post it.
Well, I'm
conspicuously.
asking you, you're the planner. Is it required?
I don't know. That's outside of my knowledge. These permits aren't planning permits.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I think what Justin's getting at is that if there is anything required, this ordinance covers that.
Cool.
Okay, thank you for being here.
Please step forward.
Hello,
Hello, ma'am.
my name is Fran Bryant. I live at 1904 Meadowview in Graham. And
We're
this
glad
is
to have you
Margaret
here.
Skolnick. Margaret Skolnick. I live at 615 Olson Drive in Elon, and we're from the First United Methodist Church in Graham. And we're the ones who've been asking for this farmer's market ability. To answer your question, Madam Mayor, I believe that the permits are for vendors who are selling things like beef and ham and those kinds of things. The health department requires some specifications. Our guidelines say that if it's up to the vendor to get the permits that they need in order to sell. And that's pretty much what Healthy Alamance says as well. That's part of their guidelines. We based our guidelines on Healthy Alamance's guidelines.
Okay.
So we're looking to have the farmer's market in our parking lot on Wednesdays from 3 to 6, beginning on June 1st. We've spoken to many farmers. We have two goals. One is to bring fresh food to downtown Graham, obviously very much needed. And secondly is to give small farmers the opportunity to sell their produce. Farmers are really struggling right now. They're having a hard time getting people to work on their farms because they can't compete with the prices that McDonald's is paying for people to work and things like that. So we want to give them an opportunity to sell their produce, and we are not charging any fees. Healthy Alamance, when they do it, they charge like $75 for a vendor to be able to sell their produce. So we're not doing that. We're just saying, if you're a small farmer, we want you here. This is a pilot project. This is a first-year opportunity. And we are hoping that we can get a number of farmers. We have had good input so far. In fact, the resounding thing that they say, well, it's about time Graham is going to do something. So
And you said it's 3 to 6 p.m.
Wednesdays,
and every Wednesday?
every Wednesday from June 1st till September, because that's the growing season.
So we would need
So
to.
we need to
amend-
change that
Yeah,
because
we would have to amend that
that's
because
the
right
other
now we've
thing.
got is twice per month.
My
It's
market shall
designed to
not
be-
occur on the same
Yeah.
property more than twice in any 30 days.
Yeah, they're not designed to be regularly, like weekly occurring events under the temporary outdoor sales. So that's why we tried to limit it to twice a month.
So in my math, I said, okay, we're doing this for 4 months, four times a month is 16. So we're still under the 24 if you have 2 per month, right?
So,
That's my math.
so while the math
You need
checks
that
out,
math
we
ability,
would
guys.
indeed have to, we would have to do something with that first sentence.
But we think it's important for consistency, so people will know we're there every Wednesday versus.
Yeah, right, I
always the
agree.
First or
Right.
it's just, especially since it's new and this is the first year that we would be doing it. I think it's very important to be consistent and to be there for our neighbors.
Is there any way we can stretch it to 7?
7 PM.
To 7 PM?
We can talk about it, but I think the vendors, that's a lot. You're asking farmers to give up already 3 hours and they're struggling with that to begin with.
So you're just going to be so overwhelmed, you're going to want to do it.
We hope so.
We
do, we do. That's what we
So we
want.
did a study, the city of Graham did a study with the EPA, right? A couple of years ago about food deserts and the need for farmers markets. And this certainly has been something that Councilman Hall has been pushing for quite a while, a couple of years now, I know of at least, to try to make sure that we get more availability of fruits and vegetables here in Graham. So we're excited for this. You know, I'm excited. Did you read through what was being proposed?
We did.
We did.
Okay. And
So Madam Mayor, I would suggest that we, in lieu of twice per month, change it to once a week.
okay.
That'd be perfect.
That's still temporary, but it's more
Mhm.
frequent to meet the needs of the community.
Mhm.
And same thing with number 3. In fact, we could, just say once a week for both of those, and I think that would probably solve the issue.
Where's the other reference?
The second line of the first sentence.
Oh, yeah.
And
I
then
see.
number 3.
Okay.
And I think that would take care of it.
Okay. So any other questions for?
I have
question?
one question. Do you anticipate requesting any street closures for this, or is this something you don't know yet?
We don't think so because our parking lot is right on that corner of
And it's
Albright.
large.
Right,
It's
it's-
Yeah.
large.
right.
Yes.
Okay.
And you have lots of parking out there.
Yeah, we have lots of
Yeah.
parking even on the
Lots of
street.
parking.
It's a great spot. It's a
Yep.
great spot. Well, I'm excited about that, and the possibility of having that here in Graham. So Ricky, would you like to make the motion?
Not if I gotta read a lot.
You don't. You don't. You don't. You want me to do it? I'm happy to do it. Okay. I make a motion that we approve the by amending the Code of Ordinance, Chapter 8, Business to allow farmers market within permanent fixtures to be held on private property, with the change that in the first sentence, it would be changed from twice per month as written in proposed to once per week. And that in item number 3, it also would be changed from twice in any 30-day period to once per week. Do I hear a second?
I'll
Second your
second.
motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here.
Madam Mayor, I make a request that we take a 5-minute recess.
We normally, oh, it is, oh, okay, yeah, it's 8 o'clock, okay. Yes. Make a motion for a 5-minute or 10-minute?
10 minute, that's fine.
Okay, 10-minute. Second,
I'll second.
all in favor?
Aye.
We stand in recess for 10 minutes. For anybody that's here that needs to use the bathrooms are here in the hallway.
So I'm not going to the one in the hallway. Yeah. Thank you.
Question, your budget is not in the packet.
We have a book for you.
You do?
Yep, we sure do. Renee's got it, I think, in her office. And then as of tomorrow, it'll be on our website. I've been in here, I haven't touched the air conditioner, but I'll go check.
Not too late. I don't know, we're gonna ask for the time to 3 minutes. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7.
Yeah, it was, there's two.
Yeah, it's 3 and 4 on the TFO is not an option because it requires us to haul.
Yeah.
Or what, where one required us to haul and the other required.
So y'all wanna go?
I thought we were doing the voting on the. No, I was like, what? So she's just gonna present this tonight, then we'll have the workshop on Tuesday. I was like confused as far as she was giving that to me tonight. They did not agree. Always been. Always go for what I know, even if, you know, it's like I'm gonna go to. For $200,000. It was $50,000. Hey, we know what we have. I'm so on the fence. Let's get so I'm on the fence here. I appreciate you doing that. Because I was like sitting here looking at it, and then when they said 10,000. We'll compare, no, it's $20-some thousand for the first year. We're like $23,000 first year. Yeah. I was like, somebody's mad. I'm like, wait a second. Because we could, the GFL, we couldn't do option 3, option 4. One of them, we don't have to truck. And number two, the public with the recycling, it could be more, it could be less. That's too much of a loss. Option 2 on GFL to option 3 in the public. That's what I couldn't understand where they got 10,000. Look, if I don't have my calculator, that's 23,000 first year. Yeah, then it's going to combine compound another 2% increase. For the 5% increase. Oh, yeah. And then again, on the flip side of it, they're at the mercy of the public, which is their competitor. Yeah, so, and that's their competitor, so they're not gonna get a good deal. They're the only one in town, and the only one in the country. It's them in a bad spot.
Lost contact.
We've got so much. We've got so much. We've got a whole lot of other more important things to spend money on. And we're looking at the water bill going up anyway. We get them with that high
look it up.
They don't discern the difference. Okay, I've got a sewer bill, water bill, trash bill, and a recycle bill all come on this one. They think that, oh, they're just really screwing me. They don't, so.
Oh, I love it. I know, I do. I love it. I love it. Love it, love it, love it. Yeah. 329. Yeah, to make sure you backed into the right number. Yeah. Okay. Yes, sir. Mine will be 30 minutes. Mine's really just sort of a high level overview. Y'all take it, digest it. If you've got questions between now and Tuesday, we'll talk. Otherwise, we'll talk Tuesday or after. Where are you going? I'm sorry. He's calling us to order. You want to borrow the gavel? I think we're waiting on dinner. Donuts. I said, don't mind me. I said, they're just waiting on me. Let me make things.
Oh.
Hey. What? The we'll call the meeting back to order. Next item on our agenda is the city manager, Megan Garner, will present the fiscal year 2022-2023 budget proposal.
Good evening, Mayor Talley and members of the council. It is my personal favorite time of the year, which is budget time. So it is my great pleasure to present to you the manager's recommended budget for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2022 and ending June 30, 2023. I will go over some of the highlights that are in your book tonight. If you have any questions between now and next week, when we do have a scheduled special meeting to discuss the budget, I'll be glad to answer those. And even if you have questions after our work session, I'll be glad to answer those. As is the case with the utilities budget, if you've got questions, I'll answer them and then I'll send out the question and answer for the benefit of the entire group. So we do have to balance our budget by fund. You already approved the utility fund last month. So before you tonight, you have the general fund, which is Fund 10, and the garage fund, which is Fund 40. Your general fund is balanced at $16,732,925, and your garage fund is balanced at $1,064,500. Within your budget book you have tonight, you have a budget message. You have tabs that detail your revenue, your department budget history, the employee pay plan, the fee schedule, and any capital improvement requests. Our goal is to convey to you and the public our responsibility to provide important services to the city of Graham in the most efficient manner possible. While this is labeled as the manager's recommended budget, there is absolutely no way that this could have happened without our department heads. We have a fantastic group of department heads who work very diligently to submit sound budget requests along with our assistant city manager. So I would like to extend my appreciation to them for their hard work. So your revenues and expenditures have been conservatively estimated with a realistic expectation of what we intend to collect and spend. Coming before you during budget discussions and even later will be your potential appropriation of any ARPA money, that is the American Rescue Plan Act. The city of Graham has been allocated slightly less than $5 million for that. It is coming in two different batches of around $2.5 million each. The first batch we have received, none of this money has been encumbered or spent to date. Any funds for that would have to have city council approval moving forward. Some of the highlights of your budget, we understand that the city council prioritizes the need to avoid any undue tax burden on the taxpayers of Graham. Therefore, the property tax rate remains unchanged at 45.5 cents per $100 of valuation. One
Question.
I'm sorry.
Can I ask a question?
Absolutely.
The tax assessor is going to be redoing reevaluations this year. Do you have an estimate of how much revenue that will generate?
We do not. So if they're doing one this year, and when they do have a reval, we are required to publish the revenue neutral rate, but it sounds like they're in that, the county's in that process, so we don't have that information. My guess is that would be for next budget year.
So do you, okay.
So 1 penny on the tax rate generates a little less than $134,000, and that's based on our current values for the upcoming year. As I mentioned when we talked about garbage and recycling, we are proposing a $2 increase. The combined rate right now is $8.50 per month per unit, and we would propose that goes to $10.50. Sorry, that's a little distracting. That does increase the cost to the citizens, but it also at the same time increases the city's subsidy of the program. Changes for 22-23. As we've mentioned to you, we are moving with the North Carolina Health Insurance Pool, referred to as NCHIP. This allows the city to become self-insured for our health insurance without having to build a large reserve before making that change. We were able to make some changes to our plan. So the max out of pocket and the copay, or the deductibles, would be lowered moving forward. We were able to add diagnostic imaging services as a copay of $150 rather than counting towards the deductible, which should help our employees. And 3 free physician visits were added. If you look at our increases for health insurance over the last 3 years, we averaged a 13.7% increase annually. And with NCHIP, we will be capped at a 5% per year increase. So that could result in significant savings to the city of Graham. Although the consumer price index as of January 22 was 7.5%, which is what we typically use for our cost of living, it is recommended in the proposed budget at 4%, and it wouldn't begin until the first full pay period of the new fiscal year. The local government retirement system has a mandatory contribution increase that we won't have any choice, that we will have to fund. We do propose a restructuring of some positions within the fire department. There is currently one person in a captain position there, and that person would transition from a 40-hour-a-week employee to being a 212 shift employee. And then there would be 2 additional positions created. So there would be a dedicated captain for every shift that works at the fire department. The numbers in your budget propose that restructuring would occur at the beginning of the calendar year. So it wouldn't begin July 1st. It wouldn't begin until January of 2023, if approved. The current budget proposal does not include any reduction of services to the citizens of Graham. All department functions would continue to operate as they exist currently. We will continuously review programs and services to ensure the appropriate level of service and the most efficient use of our taxpayer dollars. There are no interfund transfers included in this request. There are no appropriations requested for the cemetery perpetual care funds that we have. There are proposed changes to your fee schedule, which is listed as an appendix in your book. And there are comments listed in red that you should be able to see for any proposed changes that are listed on the fee schedules. One important note for this year is that our expenditures for public safety, which would largely be police and fire, are expected to exceed all of the ad valorem property tax levy, whereas in recent years, our ad valorem property tax typically funds public safety in its entirety. For the upcoming year, there would be a larger subsidy from other funding sources that we currently have. And our funding for our street resurfacing is proposed to increase for the 9th consecutive year by $35,000. The budget book in its entirety will be made available on our website tomorrow for any members of the public. There will also be copies in the city clerk's office if anyone would like to come view it. I look forward to working with you to finalize a budget that will work for the citizens of Graham in the upcoming fiscal year. Our budget public hearing is scheduled for Tuesday, June 14th at 6 p.m. And as I mentioned at the beginning, there is a budget work session scheduled for council Tuesday of next week at 10 a.m.
Okay.
I know that's a very high-level overview of, $17 million approximately. So once you've had time to go through and digest the information, as I mentioned, I'll be glad to answer any questions you have. And we can also discuss it in more detail on Tuesday of next week.
So the proposed budget for the fire department, the positions being changed around, how is that? Is that recommended by the fire chief or by yourself or?
Yeah, there were a number of us who reviewed the organizational structure there and determined that this would probably be in the best interest of the fire department. That came from the fire chief, the HR director, myself, Aaron, and Julianne, our finance director, all have discussed this at length.
Any of the other council members have questions in regards to the budget? Before we have our next meeting, I'd like for you to find out and do some pro forma cost analysis, revenue analysis as to how much the new tax assessment would possibly bring. I think the county tax assessor, Justin has a, I'm sorry, Jeremy, I'm sorry, Jeremy, Jeremy Akins has some idea. I
Yeah,
think.
we can certainly reach out to them. They do provide us the annual valuation for property tax calculation, but we can certainly reach out to see if he's got any sort of feel for what might come in the revow.
Madam Mayor, this is a point of information. I believe the revaluation is to be done next spring, 2023, and the tax rates for the county will be effective in July for the next fiscal year.
Oh, okay.
Is my understanding.
Yeah, so if that's the appropriate timeline, then next fiscal year, this time, we would be required in the budget message to publish what the revenue neutral rate would be. And if that's the case, that might be a little bit too early for him to have any sort of a solid guess on what the value may do between now and then.
My greatest concern is the bid opening that we got this past week, $74 million to build a new wastewater treatment plant. Well, not really rebuild, but just put the insides back in it new. Last year, that cost was going to be somewhere around 30-some million, and now this year it's 70-some million. So concerned about that. What?
Hey, is there, in this year's budget, is there money to upgrade the main computer system here?
Yeah, so in finances capital budget, there is some funding for the inventory module is one aspect that we will be pulling over. As you heard from your lunch and learn session, that's still on the DOS-based system. So that is one item that is included within finances budget to move that. And you also have in governing bodies budget, $5,000 earmarked towards a farmer's market for any contribution the city may want to apply towards that project.
You have any questions, Bonnie?
None at this time.
We'll
no,
be
ma'am.
meeting on May the
17th, so a week from today, and it's at 10 a.m. and it will be here.
Okay, so is there anything, any questions you have, Joey?
No, ma'am, not at this time.
Any questions you have, Ricky? Okay. All right. Well, thank you. There's no action that needs to be done on the budget, just a presentation for right now.
Correct.
So next we have on the agenda, public comment period. And the first person that is on the agenda is a Curtis Gatewood that signed up to speak. And I just want to go over some rules, but if Mr. Gatewood could come forward first. Okay. Hi, how are you, sir?
Doing great.
If everyone will pay attention, so we have every night, every council meeting that we have issues not included on tonight's agenda, which is the section of the agenda. So anyone desiring to address the city council has to sign up before the agenda portion of the meeting. The pages were in the back at the beginning of the meeting. The request should be in writing on a form provided by the city clerk. These rules were adopted back in March of 2012. So whenever we have a group of people that are coming to speak to us, especially on subdivisions, because subdivisions sometimes will have, gosh, sometimes even 100 people that want to speak. So one of the things that we do ask for you to do, that if someone has already spoken and said some of the same things that you're wanting to say, to just not repeat those same things and try to come up with original comments, or maybe appoint someone to speak for you, maybe for a group. But we are here tonight to hear whatever you have to say. The public can address the council on any issue other than public hearing items, and those have to be covered, or those items that are covered in a closed session. So, or issues that are limited to attorney-client privilege, personnel, land acquisition, and contract negotiations. The request should not address an item already on the agenda. The issues not included on tonight's agenda portion of the agenda will be placed at the end of the agenda. Each speaker must be recognized by the mayor as having the exclusive right to be heard. Comments are limited to 4 minutes per speaker. A speaker cannot give their allotted minutes to another speaker to increase that person's allotted time. Speakers must address the entire city council, not an individual council member. Discussions between speakers and the audience will not be allowed. Speakers will be civil in their language and presentation. It is recommended that if there are several people who wish to speak on the same subject, that they choose one speaker to speak for all. For clarification, any council member may ask the speaker questions. The time used by the council member to ask a question or response to his or her question will not be counted against the citizens' 4-minute time allotment. We ask that you not go over 4 minutes, and okay. So our assistant city manager, Aaron, here will have this so that you can kind of gauge your time. Speakers shall not discuss the candidacy of any person, including the person addressing the city council. I guess that's for if someone's coming up here to speak about, and they're a political candidate, I guess. Any action on the items brought up during the issues not included on tonight's agenda will be at the discretion of the city council. And I can just tell you that from things in the past, this council has adopted a policy to not act on issues that are not on the agenda, but we certainly welcome the public to come and speak to us. I do have a statement from Chief Cole that I do want to read, since Mr. Gatewood, you're here in regards to a police officer that we have in our employment named Doug Strader.
That's correct.
Her comment that she's asked for me to read is, we understand that some have been critical of the actions following an arrest that involved a use of force incident at the Pines Apartments in April. The Graham Police Department reviews all cases involving the use of force to ensure the actions of officers are consistent with the state law, in addition to department policy and expectations. This current review by supervisory staff involves examining body-worn camera video, vehicle camera systems, and interviews of individual parties and witnesses. The review may determine that the officer's actions were legal and consistent with department policy, or it may recommend a referral to internal affairs for further investigation or immediate disciplinary action by the chief. The date and time of any dismissal, suspension, or demotion for disciplinary reasons taken by the department may be publicly released, but the statutes do not authorize the Graham Police Department to release this information about the investigation or the department's actions in consequence thereof if the employee was not dismissed, suspended, or demoted. The chief of police can direct an internal investigation to begin at any time allegations involving increased community concern or extenuating circumstances. By conducting these reviews internally, the department aims to ensure that the Graham Police Department is serving our community with the best practices to deliver their primary goal of public safety. Christy Cole. So one other thing that I just want to make everyone in the room aware of, this is a very simple thing, but a lot of people that come to the council meeting don't understand this. You know, I'm sure I didn't understand it when I 20-some years ago when I looked into this. In North Carolina, you can have two forms of government. One is a mayor-council form of government. And in that mayor-council form of government, the governing board here is not only responsible for policymaking, but also day-to-day administration of a town, which includes the hiring and firing of town employees. We don't operate under that form of government. Neither does Burlington, neither does Mebane, neither does a lot of cities. So that's typically where you have the mayor that is also like the administrator of the town. And so that person actually does the day-to-day functions. What we have here in Graham, and like I said, all across Alamance County, we have a council manager form of government. And under our city charter, the manager has the sole power over personnel administration, subject to personnel regulations adopted by the city council. Nothing in the charter gives the city council any authority over the administration of city personnel. We can decide how much funding a particular department gets and direct how the funding is to be used, but we cannot designate to department heads which employees to hire and which ones to terminate. And I know from comments that we've gotten and emails that we've gotten and information that we've gotten, I know that there's concern from some community members about a particular employee. And I just want it to be understood that the only employee that this governing body or the city of Burlington's governing body or the city of Mebane's governing body has control over hiring and terminating is the city manager. So I can't, I just feel like that's important for you to understand. We can certainly advocate for our citizens, and we can certainly advocate for our community members, but as far as our charter of which was, I don't know when that was done, but many, many years ago, certainly before I was born, does not allow for council members to get involved in employee issues. But we certainly want to hear from the public about any concerns that they have. And as I say, we will advocate for you in that respect. So the floor is yours, Mr. Gatewood.
I'm Reverend Curtis E. Gatewood. I'm a resident of Alamance County for the last 4 years. I'm the founder of Jesus Uniting Souls to Increase Community Engagement Ministration. That is the acronym Justice Ministration. I am here in support of Graham women such as Janet Johnson, Faith Cook, Ann Jones, Mother Hill, Pam Sowell, and others, and especially children. During 2017, August 28, in the commemoration of the 1963 March on Washington and in the sad remembrance of the 1955 brutal or gruesome murder of 14-year-old Emmett Till, Justice Administration gave birth to the Stop Killing Us, SKU campaign or Solutions campaign during a rally at the U.S. Department of Justice in Washington, D.C. We fast forward to March 29, 2021. 1 year ago, Justice Administration and school filed a federal civil rights complaint, which is still pending with the U.S. Department of Justice against the Graham Police Department due to its irresponsible and egregious hiring of Doug Strader, while knowing Mr. Strader was a repeat offender in his criminal use of excessive force, whereby one account of his excessive force or acts of excessive force led to the death of Marcus Smith of Greensboro. To add insult to injury, 1 year after partaking in the gang murder of Marcus Smith, Strader was terminated by the Greensboro Police Department for using excessive force via firing into a fleeing vehicle. Strader appealed the firing decision, but was unsuccessful as the city review board concluded that Strader's firing was in fact warranted and was in the total best interest of the community of Greensboro, North Carolina. The intelligent and moral question becomes, Why would Graham Police Department stoop to such a low, inhumane, and second-class standard and put its citizens and children at unnecessary risk and hire a police officer in Graham that is officially not fit to serve in Greensboro, just 15 minutes away? Just as we predicted, just 1 year after the filing of the official complaint on August 21st, 2020, 1 year later, on August 21, 2022, Strader is witnessed choking Wesley Cobb, a chokehold by Strader in Graham at the Pines Apartments. Mother Sowell is here. Doug Strader. So if we the citizens here in Graham are wrong for demanding that Doug Strader be removed from Graham Police Department, it would mean that the First, Fourth, Fifth, and 14th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution is wrong. If we are wrong for demanding that Strader be removed from the Graham Police Department, you are saying that the entire police department in Greensboro and the basic principles for policing are wrong. If we are wrong for demanding that Strader be removed from the Graham Police Department, you are saying that the entire civil rights movement is wrong. Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., wrong. Rosa Parks, wrong. John Lewis, wrong. Fannie Lou Hamer, wrong. Medgar Evers, wrong. And others who were brutalized by police for simply seeking the right to vote and be heard as citizens. So if you are saying that we are wrong for demanding that police officer who committed police brutality at least 3 times in just the last few years is wrong, I would say to you, we are not wrong. We are right. And if you do not remove Doug Strader immediately, you are standing on the wrong side of history. You are on the wrong side of God. You're on the wrong side of law enforcement.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gatewood, for coming tonight. Madam Clerk, did you get, it was his address? Okay, Burlington. The next person we have signed up is Christopher Loy, Graham, North Carolina. Hi, Mr. Loy.
Hi, evening. I've come here tonight to follow up Reverend Gatewood's comments. I have a question for Christy Cole, even though she isn't here. Is this what you desired, Chief Cole? Is this what you desired? I ask this because on August 31st, 2020, officers of the Graham Police Department, along with Alamance County Sheriff's deputies, attacked and brutalized members of this community, peaceful demonstrators who were here to go vote. That happened on October 31st. That same month, Douglas Strader was fired from Greensboro Police Department. He was fired for a continued and perpetual behavior, prejudiced and profiling of the community in Greensboro. And so I asked Chief Cole if the current situation is what she desired, because not 5 months later, she hired Douglas Strader as an officer for Graham Police Department. And the community here tried to warn her of Mr. Strader's past behavior, and we weren't listened to. And so here we are a year later, and Douglas Strader has done exactly what we warned you he would do. He has attacked a member of this community. He has brutalized a member of this community. And so tonight we are here to demand that the city council uses their influence and that you, City Manager Gardner, use your power to fire Officer Strader. We ask that you do this so that he does not continue to brutalize citizens of this city. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lloyd. Janet, how are you, Janet? Janet Nesbitt, she's from Graham.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
I am here also, concerned citizen, as to the recent events that have happened here in Graham. Not only were the young men violated, Strader was at my apartment complex, threw a resident against a file cabinet and to the ground. We do not want this kind of behavior in Graham. Young man Wesley could have been another Marcus Smith. And we refuse for this kind of conduct to continue. And not only that, not only was Strader the intimidations of Graham PD, I'm going down the street, Jordan taking pictures of me. That makes me feel some kind of way. Why are you taking pictures of me? And I pray not to give to Strader, because I fear no man. I only fear him. And because I fear him, he's gonna protect me. And I believe that I'm gonna be protected, and we hired them to protect us, but they are not officers because they are not offering no services to us. We have to offer services to ourselves. We have to keep us safe because they're definitely not keeping us safe. They're trying to intimidate. They're trying to do whatever they can to use their badge to hide behind, to continue to do the things that they do. And I am very furious. I am furious. Some people may be scared that I'm not scared because Strader and all of them step in their pants just like I do. One leg at a time. And if Strader and the rest of them don't know about Miss Janet, they better ask somebody. They better go to Durham County and ask somebody. I've been an advocate 30 years, and I refuse for this kind of stuff to keep going on. If I have to continue to keep fighting, I've got 12 grandchildren. All of them are boys except 3. I'm going to stay out here and fight. If I have to come out here with my cane, with my scooter, with my walker, I'm going to be in these streets fighting.
Thank you, Janet. The next person is Avery Harvey.
Well, Ms. Gardner, after 12 arrests.
It's Garner.
Gardner?
Yeah,
Oh,
Garner.
well, hey,
That's okay.
hey, we all lost respect for each other and get it wrong sometimes, right?
That's okay.
Yeah, we do. After 12 arrests here in Alamance County and Graham, not only in Alamance County, in Graham, North Carolina, as a resident, being not able to vote or register to vote, speaking on October 31st, speaking on my comrades here, just not getting the same rights as other people in Graham. And I say other people because we all use different terms. I'm gonna say white, our white counterparts, you understand? I'm quite disappointed. I don't like to speak in public, but I have to. It's call of duty for me. I'm quite nervous, not only just by speaking, but just the retaliation. Officer Strader.
There's no retaliation.
Uh,
I mean,
ma'am.
I'm just saying, like, don't be afraid. What I'm saying to you is don't be afraid to
But
speak.
you taking up some of my time, so I'm gonna add some more. So with that being said, the fear of retaliation, because I have been through so much here, and I'm still here, continue to fight for change. Um, I was just looking at a picture of me and you, Miss Tally, November 21st at 12:03. You remember where we were?
Yeah,
Where was we?
Colonial Hardware.
Yes,
The
and
parking
we
lot.
were speaking on change,
Yeah,
and we're speaking on how we can bridge a gap.
right.
But this certain situation right here is not bridging a gap when you don't use your voice. You guys sit up here all together. I saw Mr. Hall, cover his mouth, whispered to Mr. Parsons right here about a situation he didn't like earlier. He was also asleep. Um, the city,
But don't,
the city manager,
he can say
she
what he wants.
wasn't, very attentive to certain situations. So we know the agenda here tonight. But with that being said, Officer Strader has to go. We could speak on the whole GPD. I think we need a whole entire new police department. Mr. Flood right here, I'm gonna speak personally on Mr. Flood. When we used to protest and demonstrate and have actions, um, he was one of the few we could talk to. But once they start seeing that, he was a little caring and a little sweet on us, how they say a little sweet on us, they put him in a suit, and they made him stay away from us, and it's quite offensive, you know, um, just to see you guys in a position of power and you not using it at all. Me being a black man, a black young man in here in Graham. Um, Often I walk the streets by myself. Um, I get the worst names called. I could be by myself. I don't have to be gathering with 100 people or 20 people or 10 people with megaphones or whatnot. But this is the type of intimidation, fear tactics. Because when oftentimes when people lose respect, they try to go into the form of fear. Yeah, I hear the time going off, but listen, I got to keep going because you interrupted me. So with that being said, y'all lost all respect for the community. And so with that being said, you've seen me in community, not just demonstrate. You see me in these neighborhoods. You see the difference between, hey, us having great dialogue and you have to pick and choose, hey, you know what I'm saying? Hey, I'm be on their side or this side, so you should understand. You should have a little empathy. But when you watch videos of her son, their son getting, first off detained, defenseless. He can't defend himself. And punched. You got kids. You gotta think about that. Think about just hypothetically. If I see one of your kids out and I tie him up and I start beating him up, what would you think of me? What would you think of me? That black thug right there gotta go. Or that nigga gotta go. We're gonna call it how it said. Whatever y'all say behind closed, he has to go. He has to get arrested. We need press charge. We need to sue him, even though he don't got no money. We need to sue him. You know what I mean? So you gotta just think, just look at this mother, look at this father, look at the community here that you're supposed to be protecting and serving. Just do your job. That's all. Because if you don't do your job, we will get justice by all means necessary. And I mean that with my spirit that I'm speaking with today, my energy. I wasted a lot of time here. I'm hungry. I have a 6-month-old just at the house. She's little allergy stuffy and stuff. So I'm wasting time here. So like I said, if we don't get justice, Officer Strader don't go. I can name Officer Land, and then a couple more that's very dangerous. But right now, we're here for Officer Strader. If we don't get justice, if you don't go, if you don't use your power, we will use ours by all means necessary.
Thank you, Avery.
Thank you.
The next person that we'll bring up is Jason Hicks of High Point. Hi.
Hello. So my name is Jason Hicks. I'm a resident of Guilford County, but I often work here in Alamance County. So much so that at some point this summer, I'll probably move here because I'm spending quite a bit of time in Alamance County. But I'm here tonight to speak about Doug Strader. I'd planned all week to speak, but I had a difficult time preparing. I kept thinking we shouldn't have to be here, mostly because we had already been here before. City Council was told this would happen. City Council was told that Doug Strader would come into Graham and do the very things that he's done. The Graham Police Department webpage speaks of high quality of police services. It speaks of improving the quality of life, maintaining respect for cultural diversity and individual rights and dignity. I've read the very police report documenting Strader's narrative in the arrest of Wesley Cobb. Strader's own narrative speaks against every mission statement of the Graham Police Department. His narrative states, quote, "I know through direct experience that the residents in that building will attempt to interfere with any police activity in that area," end quote. I don't believe that residents are trying to interfere with the police. I believe that people are trying to hold police accountable. And at this point, people of color in particular are just trying to survive while interacting with law enforcement. I don't know what it will take to move this body. And the reality is, unfortunately, I wrote that, but prior to the mayor throwing the city manager in front of the bus, but nonetheless, I don't know what it'll take. You all have a responsibility to your constituents at the minimum. If Strader remains an officer, he will kill again, as he did in Greensboro. And that blood, that murder will be on your hands. Fire Doug Strader and save lives.
Amanda Perry.
Hello.
Hi.
I come to stand and speak before you today for City Council to hear me. As a resident of Graham for 30 years, it is clear that you represent only a select demographic of people in our community. It is clear that you have no intention of lessening the divide and strengthening our bonds as citizens. This message is also for the Alamance residents that look like me, the residents that feel safe and secure in this community, the residents that feel represented here. To you, my fellow citizens, I tell you that you've been lied to. You've been victims of a power play of fear by this council and your local government. From Terry Johnson's campaign to direct your fear and anger at Hispanic and Latino citizens, to Police Chief Christy Cole's campaign to direct it at African-American citizens. This has been a concerted effort to keep the blame of our community's problems squarely on the shoulders of those who look different from us. A year ago today, citizens asked this council and the chief of police to remove a dangerous officer from the streets. We were ignored. Officer Strader killed a man in Greensboro. He put the lives of Greensboro citizens in danger when he fired at a fleeing vehicle. Even Greensboro PD understood he was too dangerous to be an officer of the law. Our police chief then used a recent tragedy involving Officer Strader to demonize and vilify an entire community due to her and this council's lack of action. Let us be clear. If this were about drugs and guns, as Chief Cole said it was, then we would have mental health resources. We would have methadone clinics. We would have community service centers for addiction, help, and counseling. And we would really fund these things and not just use them as talking points for Terry Johnson's campaign for reelection. If it were about guns, we would not be currently pushing to let gun owners carry pistols without permits, just like the sheriff's website states. This is not about guns or drugs. This is about a poor neighborhood with the wrong type of people living in it. Now, a year later, Officer Strader continues to abuse his power at the expense of our people's lives. We demand that this council instruct the city manager to facilitate the removal of this wandering, dangerous officer and to investigate the hiring practices of the Graham Police Department. To the citizens of this great county who feel so comfortable coming and speaking, I need you to understand there is an entire demographic of people living here who do not feel safe coming forward. When they speak truth to power, their lives are ruined. They can lose their freedom, their jobs, their homes, and it's happened over and over again in this county, in this city. So with that, I will leave you with a famous quote. Learn to do good, seek justice, correct oppression, bring justice to the fatherless, plead the widow's cause. This was not spoken by some civil rights activist or far left Antifa member, but by your savior in Isaiah 117. Thank you.
Sherry McCain. Welcome.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council, to all of the council members that are paying attention to me. I am an international comedian Lady Shamar, and I am a professional radio host on iHeartRadio. So I want to begin speaking with you on this evening, letting you know that I was a resident of Greensboro, North Carolina. I just became a resident of Gibsonville. Tomorrow will mark 1 year to the day that my husband and I purchased our home there. We considered Graham. However, my parents growing up in Alamance County reminded me that Graham and this area was extremely racist, and for me to consider going somewhere else because I had Black sons and daughters to raise. In 2018, Officer Doug Strader was one of the officers who killed Marcus Dion Smith in Greensboro, North Carolina. And in 2020, in an unrelated situation, Strader was fired from the Greensboro Police Department for using deadly force against a driver and a passenger of a fleeing car. 6 short months later, Officer Strader was hired by the Graham Police Department in Alamance County on April the 1st, 2021. Also of note, on April the 1st, 2021, this community stood against the hiring of Officer Doug Strader. It was then communicated to us that all of the preliminary requirements were met by Officer Strader, and we were given a guarantee that he would not be allowed to abuse citizens again. The people of Graham were outraged. Why would their police bring on someone who had a documented and repeated history of violence against citizens? Today, we are standing here in solidarity with the community and other communities alike that have been assaulted, those unfortunate enough to have been on the receiving end of Officer Strader's unlawful aggression. Under no circumstances should the victims of Strader's assaults, his family, or the Pines residents be demonized for this incident by the unlawful officer whose vigilante actions attacks community members. It is obvious that Strader has a track record of this type of abusive behavior from one GPD to another GPD. Trying to dehumanize the Pines community as a means to give justification for his behavior is indicative of a police culture that thrives on abusing Black people, communities of color, and multiracial communities that are working class or just struggling to make ends meet. Therefore, we are here tonight, not asking, but demanding that the city council directs the city manager, Ms. Megan Garner, to fire Officer Douglas Strader.
Thank you so much, Ms. McCain.
The
I'm
city,
sorry, I thought you were
it
finished.
is
I
okay,
apologize.
it is okay. The city council needs to know that if action is not taken against Officer Strader, the community is ready to move forward, as well as I am ready to mention this to over my 5 million listeners on iHeartRadio, on Apple Music, all of my Facebook followers, my Instagram, Twitter followers, that we will move forward with filing our grievances with the North Carolina Criminal Justice Standard Division and the Department of Justice. I want to thank you all and your council and Madam Mayor for your time, your sense of urgency, and your prompt attention to this very sensitive matter. You all have a blessed evening.
Thank you. Thank you so much for being here today. I can't, let's see, let me hand this down to the city clerk here. Do we want to go into staff comments? Do you have any staff comments?
Not.
Okay. Do you have anything? Do you have anything? Do you have anything? Do you have any staff comments?
The only thing that I have, and Councilwoman Whitaker May was going to bring this up herself. We have had discussions about amending our canvassers ordinance and our code of ordinances. We just need a consensus from the city council to move forward with that and bring it back next month if that's what you would like to see brought back. And it's to, from what I can tell, to strengthen the language a little bit for the residents, for the canvassers that frequent neighborhoods.
I would so direct city council, staff to do that, please.
Is that 5 head nods?
I would agree.
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
Is to amend our code of ordinances to bring back language to strengthen our canvassers ordinance for solicitors that come through.
Oh, yes, yes.
We have them coming out of the woodwork. We were running them out of the subdivision on our way out today.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
So city council comments?
I just want to thank everybody for coming tonight, and thanks for waiting so long to speak, because we always want to hear from you, and thank you very much for coming.
I'd like to bring up the comprehensive 2035 plan. We've discussed it. And I believe we should bring it up for discussion if we need to rewrite it. There's many aspects of the 2035 plan which I disagree with because what it does to downtown.
You mean the 2035 plan or the master plan?
The master plan.
Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly. Okay. So maybe we can meet and have like a work session before a council session to kind of go through the issues that we'd like to see changed. Would that be all right?
That's what council would like. We can set that up.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think that's a good move to go ahead and start working on that. Have we heard any response in regards to what the fire department has requested for?
We got submitted a Frank, they didn't say they would.
So we've asked for the staff to investigate whether we'd be able to allow volunteer firemen to work a shift, a paid shift.
You know, apology to the family goes a long way. That'd be really courageous of you since you got it wrong.
Sir, you're out of order. We have, you're out of order.
I had to take it on behalf of the family. No disrespect. Apology would have been really high character of you. Elected
Sir,
official.
I need you to leave.
No, y'all bullshitting now. Peace. What's up, man?
We appreciate everybody coming tonight. Thank you very much for being here.
What do we want? Straight up fire. What do we want it? Now. What do we want? Straight up fire. What do you want it? What do you want? Want it? What do we want? Straight up fire.
Joey, did you have anything?
No, I was gonna thank the people for coming, but they left, so.
Okay. Ricky, did you have any comments? Okay, the city council needs to consider going into closed session pursuant to general statutes 143-318.11A6. Need a motion in order to go into closed session to discuss our city manager. Do I hear a motion
Madam Mayor, I make the motion.
and a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
We will be right back.
Hear that it's for her 6-month evaluation, not just to discuss her.
Oh, okay.
When you go into closed session, you just have to cite the statute, not the reason, unless it's something for pending litigation, and then you have to say the case that's ongoing. And there may be one other exception where you have to provide a little bit of more information.
I don't know if we wanted to elaborate in light of the situation.
Would probably be fine just to leave it
Okay.
as is.
But closed session is just council, correct?
Unless you wanted to invite anyone else with you for whatever reason.
I need you to hold my hand, Aaron.
Yes. Sure, you're excused.
No, I'm just messing with you. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. This guy actually lives in there. You see Mike any much?
Mike Lloyd?
Yeah, I do. About, we also write fights. Oh, yeah. It's something else on the back. Spencer's is mine. They might do something different.
I know the question I have for you. Do you happen to know offhand what percentage of these sales tax?
No, but I probably got it on a worksheet. The League of Municipalities will usually publish a revenue projection, and the sales tax is one of them that they will usually issue. So I can look to see.
Would you, and the thing next week is Tuesday at 10.
10, and it'll be here. And the public hearing will be
And
until
also, on this street, what you're saying, and so it's where the pool bids is.
2.
But the staff is okay to have this.
Yes. Yep.
Same people, same people.
Well, we weren't allowed to open them the first time, so we don't know the numbers. I mean, you could assume maybe who was there, that they were linked to a certain company, but yeah, I don't know. It was 74 and some change. Not good news.
Yep.
weighed down like a two new guys. We got 28 years. Yeah. They're 2180. Unicom also has the option. Well, no, we need some. As far as hiring somebody, getting them some. So.
They have to pay commission for that. So they get.
As long as you drive from the state of North Carolina, you don't exit the state of North Carolina, you can get it. It's. Anybody can file on hard. But just saying, legal. Legal. Used to be, wasn't CDLD. You can take classes. Emergency, though, you couldn't write that. That's one.
But you gotta have something else. back to $17 an hour. They brought it and give it to me. I put it over the desk. That's pretty funny. It's tough. You wouldn't do that. Been here 15? I've been here 15 weeks.
That's something that I've heard about from you.
We got a whole mix. Here's the pipe.
I got a red pen if you want it.
Quality salt. Good salt, what we got. Very good. Generate 1,000 gallon line, I will promise you. It's real. Certain places make agitate beats if you tone the salt. When it's right, when it's light, the light comes on, the pump out, immediately fills back up, you know. All 1,300 gallons. This year. Salt this year. There's still salt left in the box. Salt. Very economical. We're moving you great. That's the stuff that. Kicking around and harding up for a certain point, can't keep up. And then we leave the front. I'll put 11,000 gallons. And then don't hit my. Almost got it, almost got it. 23% food flows out. Last year, I asked. Can I have more? They give you full time.
The original copy? Excited for a minute.
No, sorry.
Be tough to be part of a department where everyone is so used to scrutiny. Journalism is administration do it.
Thanks, Job. You're supposed to go back there. I'm used to Yeah, you're very limited with it. What's the limit? All I do, you have to go up there and take the cardboard off. Shit like that. Too late. 7% tax increase. Pay a little bit more, Tom.
Who's on overtime? All three of us on that exempt status. I mean, there's times we get it back, but we on that exempt status.
Hey, this look, last Friday. I hope. I don't have any. I'm doing a special item. Talk to my dad. I cost some different things. Right more than fish, a little bit. About 8:30 Thursday night, I got called out. Got home 2:45 Friday morning. No, I did. I did. I got the thing about it, like, dead in the morning. That morning, I got up. I told Daddy I called it like. But I still went with it. I was tired to get out, but I went. No, we went to a pond out off the road. He's looking old. What, 801? Yeah, but he had that top plate of. I'm still the closest right now. But we're closing in on Velez's time though, quickly. Oh, it was. The first part was moving quick. Cause I looked at it and I'm like, oh, Aaron might actually get it this time. Yeah, that went away.
Aaron, you can't guard him. He just wants to know we play half court. We had a lot of good games back in the day. Man, he's standing on his concrete all day. My knee hurts. I play too much golf. I don't want to have to do no knee surgery. Trying to baby. I don't want no torn meniscus. Hey, is back played in 6 weeks? And back played in 6 weeks. They have to refine that surgery so much.
Absolutely.
Renee, I was over there negotiating you a job. I got the best job that I have to get the salary next. It's like Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, off Monday to Friday. But I had got the salary. It's a contract. It's a contract. She leaves when she wants to. See, I'm getting there. Now look at Renee. How much money?
3 days a week, so it's about now. Start coming in 10. I'm sure. I can leave it. No, we'll leave at 1:30.
10 to 3 is still pretty good.
Oh, she don't get done.
She's a machine.
We'll do that.
She said, I want you to do that.
Well, I understand it's the rights. You gotta get off there. That's where you find the dream. I don't know. Well, but and then the worst part is all I said. Did you see what they want?
Gary's got guys. But God's got Jake here. But doing the full job. Stuff like that, correct. That floor's been done 3 times. The first time I've he doesn't say a word. He's I'm sure. Peeled it right off. She Here's my question. That's fine. Go home after the weekend today.
Yeah, that's why.
Oh, you're one of those. You're one of those. Yeah. Like some of them even. She was tired of written doors.
It's hard to see a Brady. We gotta go and, I went out to the boat. Here we all are. Let's do a teamwork.
That's back in school. We had. I did some.
Yeah, I had one more. Bring the meeting back to order. Coming out of closed session, just want to state that we, oh, sorry, we needed to do a motion to come back in. Sorry. Make a motion to come back into open session.
I'll second it.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed, likewise, motion carries. In regards to pursuant to General Statutes 143-318.11 A6, we went into closed session to discuss our city manager. We gave a review of her. That review will go into her personnel file, and we further discussed her contract and agreed that she had successfully completed her probationary period. And we would need a motion to agree to that. Is that correct? So we discussed that, and so we need to make a motion that she has successfully completed her probationary period in accordance with her contract. Do I have a motion from the council?
Madam Mayor, I make the motion that we lift her probationary period.
Do I hear a second?
Second, agree.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed, likewise, motion carries. We have a lot of confidence in Megan to, we've talked to her about things that we expect, and we think she's done a very good job. She's coming into a new city with a lot of new employees, a lot of new staff. It's like turning a battleship, isn't it? So, have some patience with her. She's working on things and trying to make things better. And we have a new health insurance benefit program, and working on a lot of really good things here to try to make Graham better, to make the experience from our employees better. So we appreciate your support to that end. I know the only thing that I wanted to mention tonight is that DOT will be paving. Have we ascertained like actually when that's going to happen?
No, we've only been given like a general schedule. Basically what Josh had pointed out in that email is pretty much what we've been told. They do want to try to work their way south, north, but once they let that contract, they're going off of that contractor schedule.
Last I spoke with them, probably July-ish is what the contractor was saying they would start.
Yep.
Okay.
They're gonna loop me in as soon as they start and give us a timeline so I can coordinate with y'all, let you know what's going on.
Okay, if we can just make sure that when that happens, that we have a lot of publicity so that people are aware of the, the situation. I mean, they're going to be paving at night so that's the least disruption possible, but still there is going to be disruption. Just as a side note, I know from having property downtown, like all these sewer bugs come up. So if there's any way we can do anything to like seal off those manholes or whatever, because it makes the biggest difference. The vibration or something of the road, like it's like almost apocalyptic, these bugs that come out of the sewer. So people don't like it. And so if we're ahead of it and we know that that's coming, then I think that would be a lot better.
I get with Lad.
Okay. I think they did a smoking process or something to make sure that they weren't just like running all over the place. So
So are they gonna
keep them in the
meal?
sewer.
Are they gonna meal and then pave, or are they just paving? Or are they gonna meal and pave or just pave?
Want to make sure that anybody that wants to come to any of the special events that we have coming up, we've got a fishing event, a youth fishing day, Thursdays at 7, family day at the lake, slice of summer, movies in the park. Got a concert series for both musical chairs, which you can get through the Arts Council, and the Maverick Radio is sponsoring a concert series as well. And also we have the Thursdays at 7, which is the beach music type. I think most of the bands are beach music bands. I think we're also going to be doing a R&B music series as well. So we'll be putting that out as well. Thank you for everybody being here tonight. Do I have a motion from the council?
Madam Mayor, don't forget about the memorial service, the 17th as well for the council.
Oh, yes. On May the 19th, we have a memorial. On May the 19th, we have a memorial service for Fallen Heroes Memorial. And we welcome you guys to come and attend that as well. So do I have a motion to adjourn?
I make a motion, we adjourn then.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.